Thank you.
Tommy Wright. Good morning and welcome back to the spring meeting of the Census Bureau Scientific Advisory Committee 2019. Of course, it's time to play that wonderful game, Who Said That? It's actually the longest running game of its type among federal advisory committees, so maybe it'll get an award at some point. There are no losers, no winners, just inner pride. And let the record show that John was in his seat at 8:30. Johnny. 2030 census based on people.
I said that.
Yes. Okay. If I doze off tomorrow morning, it's because I stayed up watching the Oregon Ducks play Virginia.
The one who stole those.
Yes. I believe in teams. I'm one member of a team who happens to occupy a middle position. Yes. Yes. Every household will have the option of responding online, by mail, or by phone. Several people may have said some of these.
Dillingham said it once, I said it once.
Yes. Holly said it once. Yes, several people. Prove a lot, learn a lot. Prove a lot, learn a lot. Yes, Michael. Al, yes. It is a near certainty that the level of non-compliance would spike dramatically relative to historic norms.
Was that Peter Glenn?
Yes, yes. All right. Gold standard of survey design, implementation, estimation, and reporting, in referring to the Census Bureau.
Jay.
Yes. 59% said they did not trust the federal government. Who? Monica, yes, Monica did, yes, it is. I'm sorry. What is this quote, not who said it, several people said it, shape your future, start here. What is that? Yes, all right. Well, you have it. Yes. Just go to data.census.gov. Yes, Jane and go. Yeah, all right. Most sophisticated marketing campaign in the world. Who? Yes, Mario said that. Al, are we ready to go? Yes. Okay. Fundamental tension between accuracy and reconstructability. Yes, yes, yes. And then finally, does noise-infused data still meet statistical purposes? Yeah. Oh, there's one more. This is the fun part.
Did I say that? No, Kathy said
Both
that.
of you said it. Both of you said it. Both of you said it. Okay. If anyone intends to give public comment this morning and has not done so, please provide your name at the registration desk. For webcast viewers, a call-in number will show up on your screens during the public comment session scheduled at 11 o'clock today. As we begin, I want to remind members and those joining us in the room that using your smartphones to take pictures, cameras, and recording devices is not allowed inside Census Bureau headquarters. Also, visitors are not allowed beyond the first floor without an escort. I would like to remind members, when you are ready to speak, turn up your name card, as we did yesterday, wait to be called upon, turn on your microphone, and clearly state your name for the record. This is needed each time you speak for the most accurate transcripts. Each committee member should have received a travel reimbursement package. Please turn it in to Enid or Tara before you leave. For committee members needing a ride to ride the bus to the hotel, the bus will leave promptly at 2:15. The bus will make a stop at 2:45 at the Ronald Reagan National Airport and at 3:15 at the hotel. Just as a reminder, due to federal guidelines governing meetings and conferences, the refreshments provided for the committee members only. Please, I'd like to turn it over now to Allison Plyer, who will make some opening remarks.
Well, good morning, everyone. In the South, we respond when somebody says good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good job.
Good morning. We are in the South.
It's great to have everyone back, and we are glad that Krishna will be calling in. Krishna will be calling in at 9:30 for the current population survey discussion, and both he and Peter will call in for the final recommendations. So hope everyone can stay till 2 to finish it up. I think we're in good shape for getting the recommendations finished during this meeting, which is great. Really appreciate that we were able to keep everything on track yesterday. Some of the presentations went a little bit long, so I'll continue to encourage presenters to keep it to the 20 minutes if you can, so that we have time for discussion, which is what we're here for. And I think that's it. I think we're doing a great job, so I'm looking forward to the conversations today.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Allison. The first presentation today is by Dale Kelly, and the title is Community Partnership and Engagement Program, an Overview and Update. There will be a discussant, Jessica McKellar. Dale?
Good morning. I'm from the South too, Allison. I expect the response. So thank you all for being here today. As Tommy said, I'm Dale Kelly. I'm Chief of the Field Division, and I'm responsible for the field operations for the decennial census. I also want to thank all the subject matter experts who are in the room. And I am going to talk to you today on our Community Partnership and Engagement Program, the acronym also known as CPEP. So yesterday, Kendall and Maria provided updates on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Plan. They mentioned the collaboration between local and national partnerships and how we're bringing awareness to the census. Mr. Fontenot shared preliminary data on response rates and discussed how we will provide every person in this nation the opportunity to be counted. Our local partnership specialists are the on-the-ground connection with the trusted voices in the communities that will make this happen and that will work for people who are unlikely to respond to the census. So the role of our partnership specialists in meeting the primary goal of a complete and accurate count of the population and housing is to educate, encourage, and engage. We need people to understand why it's important and the benefits to responding to the census. And through our specialists, we encourage partners to motivate people in their communities to self-respond. However, if self-response is not the first choice, they foster the relationship with our enumerators. We are engaging grassroots organizations to reach groups who we consider hard to locate, hard to contact, hard to persuade, and hard to interview. And we have built relationships with tribal, state, and local governments, community-based, faith-based, ethnic organizations, and others to increase awareness and participation. Now, this is not an exhaustive list of organizations considered the trusted voices to whom we connect and depend on to reach populations with historically low response rates. Our state and local officials are certainly important to this effort, and as Burton mentioned yesterday, there are currently 46 state-level and over 1,500 local complete count committees. But we also rely on our organic organizations that individuals and families interface with on a daily basis to use their influence to increase awareness and participation in the 2020 census. We keep track of our connections with these organizations through our Customer Relationship Management System, or CRM, to record activities of current and future partners. We also use this tool to generate reports on status of activities of our partner organizations who pledge to support the census. The integration of the community and national program is to ensure delivery of a consistent messaging about the 2020 census, regardless of which program it is coming from. Most important is that we deliver the right message to the right audiences at the right time. And as Kendall and Maria explained, we are taking advantage of print and digital media to disseminate our message. So we rely on our specialists and partners to convey that the 2020 census is confidential and it's important. They support census in so many ways, from being that trusted voice and communicator to volunteering or inviting census headquarters staff to volunteer at events to get the message out about the opportunity to be a part of this massive undertaking. They provide information on available jobs. And when we hire people, we have to train them, and we need space to conduct these trainings. It is our partners who are willing to donate space within their communities, such as their churches, schools, or civic centers, and others. And we're not asking our partners to create new ways to support the census. We're simply asking them to use what they already have in place. So for example, if an organization has a newsletter or a blog or a website, we're asking them to carry that message about census. So on this slide, you see the word repeated, local repeated over and over and over. And this is the key focus. When it comes to recruiting and hiring, it needs to be local and representative of the diversity of this nation. And we want local specialists and enumerators who are comfortable and familiar with the neighborhoods in which they work and live. Our local partners are the subject matter experts to provide input and advice on preferred messaging and enumeration methods. So the Census Bureau's partnership program involves more than 1,500 professional outreach staff that will engage more than 300,000 national and local partners. In 2010, our goal was 789 partnership specialists. And for 2020, not only did we increase the number of specialists, we started hiring them in 2016, compared to the 2-year advance of start of the 2010 census, because we understand how important it is for us to connect with people across this country and as soon as possible. This is a snapshot of our interactive mapping application called the Response Outreach Area Mapper, or the acronym ROAM. It is another tool that we use for effective communication and to make data-driven decisions. We utilize the ROAM to identify hard-to-survey areas using 2012 to 2016 American Community Survey data. And this tool is available to our specialists, it's available to our partners and to the public for access about areas across the nation that traditionally have low response scores. And the ROAM lets us know where special outreach and promotion efforts are needed, such as areas with language barriers, high poverty levels, or where residents are displaced due to natural disasters. And this is another snapshot of the tool. So it shows, in this particular slide, it shows the counties within Los Angeles where local partnership specialists need to focus their efforts within the region to develop outreach and work with local partners to increase awareness and participation. So we have, and they have access, our partnerships specialists and our partners have this information in advance to make decisions. It's critical for our planning of the distribution of staff. We know where partnership specialists are needed by using this tool. And as I mentioned, it's available to the public. Now, I'll give you the website on a subsequent slide. So our ask is, and we know that it's going to take this entire country to actively support an accurate 2020 census count. By forming or joining a complete count committee or becoming a partner in a grassroots organization, our public becomes a member of a diverse group of 2020 census partners and part of a network of government, nonprofit, corporate, and local organizations that have personalized access to census data to assist in accurate representation for their communities. And our ask of our partners is that they urge everyone to self-respond at the beginning of the peak operations, and that we will have 500,000 temporary jobs available next spring. So I'm going to fast forward through this slide because Maria provided you with the most recent version yesterday, as well as information about the release of the website. But I want to talk to you about our partnership portal. It is another tool that is available to link resources, and it provides a toolkit with suggestions on how to begin tailoring outreach efforts. It provides a list of suggested action items on how to spread the word, and an online sign-up form to join the effort. And we also provide access to data dissemination specialists through workshops, and you'll see the phone number listed on the bottom of the slide, as well as the website. So I think I stayed within my time. And as I've mentioned, we're trying to connect with as many organizations as possible that have the trust in hard-to-count communities. So I want to certainly thank the CSAC for your time, and we appreciate any suggestions that the CSAC has of organizations that would be interested in becoming a partner or the Census Bureau should engage with in the local and regional level. And with that, I want to turn the floor over to Jessica. Thank you.
Go for it, Jessica.
Oh, thank you so much for your presentation. Before I get into the sort of the slide responses, I think that we folks on the committee were talking yesterday and would really appreciate like a painting of the picture of who some of the local partnership specialists are, or like what a day in the life of a local partnership specialist looks like, or what a focus area for an individual specialist looks like, just to help us understand sort of the scope under a single person. So that might, if you might be able to speak to that.
And as I said, I've got subject matter experts in the room. A day in the life of a specialist, good question, and thank you for that. So as we see it, this is a person who's out in the communities making connections. I'll use it, for example, in this community, some of the local churches, because we know perhaps the members of those church members or that pastor of that church is the one who is making the connection in the community. We want to connect with that church or with that pastor or with any civic organizations that actually communicate with the people in the communities to talk about, as I mentioned, the importance of the census and why it's a benefit for them to respond to the census or participate. In specifics in the day in the life, Jamie, I'm going to look at you just because you have that experience of actually going out and being a part of that organization or that specialist.
Well, good morning. Thanks. I'm Jamie Christie, and last census I was a regional director in the Los Angeles region, and we had all of Southern California. Hard to answer your question directly because the specialists are as diverse as the country is. So we would have specialists that had really unique areas of focus. So for example, we had a specialist that served for us in the state of Hawaii, who her focus was the Pacific Islander community. And she would make a lot of effort to work with Chamorro population or the Guamanians that were living in Hawaii. And she would spend days going to different civic organizations that would work with them, and she would, in some ways it was a sales pitch. She would try to, sell the census, engage them for their cooperation, find out what the events were that they had scheduled, align resources that we would have, like maybe things that we could pass out at festivals or fairs. And she would go to those events, and she would be the voice of the census for that community. Maybe later that afternoon she would work with Native Hawaiians or a civic organization there. And then the next day she might work with the mayor of Hawaii or of Honolulu on events that the city was putting on. So in her instance, it was very focused on a unique group of population. We would have other specialists that would work, their focus was exclusively the government. So Los Angeles County, we would have a liaison with the county, and we would spend time briefing all of the different department reps on what was the census timeline, what were the hiring goals, what were our specific areas of focus, what were the avenues that the city had to communicate with its residents, or the county had to communicate with people in unincorporated areas. So the partnership program is as diverse as the population is. What's unique is what Dale referenced in terms of the area of focus. It isn't universal. It's focused on specific areas, usually defined by geography, as you saw on the map, but sometimes defined by characteristics of a population. And we just sort of really refine our focus there. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I only have 2 slides. Do you have the clicker? Oh, how did it get here?
Tara's good.
Incredible. It's magic. So thank you for your question. So the question, any suggestions of organizations that would be interested in becoming a partner or the Census Bureau should engage with at the local and regional level? And from my background, the sort of an opportunity, or I'm curious if this is already an area of focus that stood out to me, is that, and this is less geographic necessarily, and more about sort of particular populations, but or characteristics of populations, but people who have been impacted by our criminal justice system, so people who are currently or formerly incarcerated, their family and friends, could be great advocates for census participation. They're often very familiar with how the census counts people who are incarcerated and what the implications are for resource allocation. And they're also often aware of, interested in and advocating for adjacent topics, for example, the restoration of voting rights. And so specialists who have sort of an understanding of the needs of these populations and how to tap into that existing engagement to encourage not just directly affected people, but the people around them and their communities to engage could be an interesting avenue to explore. And just as some examples of this, transitional houses are often already participating in these sorts of government community partnerships. For example, they're often functioning as polling stations. My husband worked at a polling station that was housed in a transitional house last election, for example. Local nonprofits providing reentry services are a sort of nucleating point for these types of conversations. And then even prison newspapers. I live in California, I live in the Bay Area. I spend a lot of time in San Quentin State Prison, and I know that the San Quentin News distributes a monthly paper that reaches 30,000 people in every prison in the CDCR, and by extension, their communities, friends, and family. So just a thought, for example, a group of people who might be especially interested in this and have the ability to activate their communities. And then just one follow-up question framed in a couple of ways, just sort of a curiosity from the committee about how CPET measures the sort of effectiveness of partnership specialists, and how you and I know this seems like a very hard problem, but how you attempt to determine attribution for how these efforts translate to greater census participation. And I framed it in a couple of ways in the slides, but there are a bunch of ways to try to get at, I think, the intent of the question, but wanted to offer that for discussion.
So thank you, I appreciate the question. So we have four measurable objectives that we've put in place for the CPEP program. And as I mentioned, one was that we expect to reach out to 300,000 national, and it's actually the national and CPEP, but we're planning to reach out to 300,000 or form 300,000 partnerships by March of 2020. The other is that we are establishing partnerships with at least one organization and/or that serves, and I'm going to read just directly from our objectives, that serves on all tracks with a low response score of 30 or at least 9% of all census tracts, and in a 70% of tracts with a low response score between 20 and 30. So this is, and that's a 41% of all census tracts. But this is information that we get from the tool, the snapshot that I showed you of the Rome, where we can identify where we need to put our partnership specialists or where they need to focus on if we've got the low response rate. So we have this information in advance, and we can move them as needed. The other objective is to facilitate the formation of the complete count committees and similar efforts in all 50 states, including the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and cities with a population of 200,000. And that's by January 2020. And we have at least 46 state level and over 1,500 complete count committees. And then the last is to provide supplemental language support for over 100 languages, either directly or via these established partnerships. So I hope that that gets to your answer.
I definitely understand the sort of the objectives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in to what extent you're able to thread that through to sort of actual census completion. And the answer might be that that's hard to do, or it's integrated across a bunch of different organizations. But that was sort of the heart of the question: is do we have sort of framed in a couple of other ways in the slide? Okay. For example, do we have a way of Yeah, well, I mean, so one way of thinking about this would be like if we spent more money on more community partners, would that translate to higher census completion rates? And if we knew that, how do we know it? Like, what are the things that we're tracking that translate to census completion?
Oh, I was just asking, when you say community partners, are you talking about partnerships
Sorry,
specialists?
partnership specialists.
Okay,
yeah, sorry. Yeah, not the 300, that seems hard to do, yeah.
So we know in 2018 we didn't have partnership specialists on the ground, and it makes a difference. So we think if we don't have people in these communities and carrying that message, there is going to be less awareness of that. I don't know if there's something else that anyone else would like to add.
So you're right, it's a hard problem because we're hitting them with advertising, we're hitting them with other kinds of motivation. I think what you're asking is, do partnership specialists, does it work? And how do we know it works?
Sure, yeah.
And does it get somebody to answer the census question? We've actually, in previous censuses, we've done research and sort of an analysis to see what was the effectiveness of the partnership program. And I think the conclusion was very broad, that it was, yes, it's effective. We just can't say how effective it was. It's really hard to say. And to the second way you phrase that, are some more effective than others? Clearly there's a difference in results from different partnership specialists, but it sort of depends on what we're asking them to do. We have a community of Cambodians in Los Angeles, in LA County, and it's a very small community. The scope of what that partnership specialist was assigned to do was very narrow. It's right outside of Long Beach. They only did a handful of events with a very small group of people, but if they didn't do anything with that group of people, we probably wouldn't have counted many of that Cambodian community. So was that an effective outreach? Like from a dollars and cents perspective, probably not. But from a data quality perspective, it was huge and invaluable. So it's a difficult thing to answer. I think that everybody sort of understands that grassroots and engagement and sort of face-to-face is really valuable in these communities that have already indicated that they're less likely to respond. We are trying to measure that with some of these tools that we've identified. We're looking at not just where they're engaging, but what is the result of that engagement. So it's one thing to be a partner. We're also trying to itemize through that CRM tool, what are the activities that are the result of that partnership. And in the past, we've tried to assign a dollar value to that so that we can calculate what we call a value added. But again, dollars aren't always necessarily the best measure of success.
Kathy,
Oh, so this,
can you say your name?
my name is Kathy Pettit. Thank you, Allison. I organize a network of community partners that do similar work, so I know that this is a really hard job, and they have obviously a lot of autonomy also, and, you know, is it better to go to this meeting or that meeting? So I'm wondering two things. One, sort of what kind of training you're providing for them? How do you, onboard them, or are they generally people who are maybe, we're a data dissemination specialist and are shifting over, they're already familiar? And then also, what kind of ongoing peer connections they have? How do they, like if somebody has, there's Cambodians also in Houston, so maybe they could help each other. And I also think in those examples you said, they could set their own goals, right? So that's a very specific question. So what was the undercount of Cambodians, what was the undercount in this response or self-response score, that's easier, in Attract in 2010, and which one is in 2020? So to encourage them to think about what would their own measurements be, to look at specifically, 1,500 doesn't, it's a lot, but it's also not so much that, that you would increase. So I'm wondering about how to support these folks as they're doing this really difficult job. I'm sure 1,500 doesn't sound like a lot to me, and they have a lot of territory to cover and a lot of different groups. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So in terms of the training, they get training from the headquarters perspective. The CPEP program is one that I oversee, and so we have a CPEP team here in headquarters that develops training. And then we're communicating that across the 6 regions. They're also connecting with each other. What I'm finding is that many of these people or partnership specialists are coming back to the census and this is their multiple turn at doing this, and they're very knowledgeable and understand what the job brings. But all through the process, we are giving them trainings, we're providing tools, they are connecting with each other through the virtual conference calls and things of that nature. So that communication line certainly stays open, and it will continue through the census. You also asked about them setting their own goals. We certainly provide them with our objectives and our goals, and the training and understanding of what those look like. And the fact that, as we've talked about, the integratedness of the national and the communication plans, and so we're constantly communicating the same message to them. Now, again, I'm not sure if I'm getting exactly to your points, but as far as the training, we definitely continue to do that. Those communications across the regions, we're constantly meeting and having those conversations and talking about best practice and what's working here in this particular community, and if it would work, in another community.
Jeff.
Jeff Lauer. Just want to say I've been impressed that you're using a geospatial tool for your outreach analysis. That's my background, so thank you for doing that. This may seem crazy, but it's just a comment with the acronym of the tool. Reach out, or Response Outreach Area Mapper, ROAM. The acronym is kind of passive and would imply without direction. So I just want to put out that maybe a more assertive acronym, I'll call it ROAR. Reach out and recruit. So, Just a comment. I mean, it's a good tool, and but when I think of Rome, it just seems like it's without direction. So.
Thank you for the comment.
I think Mario? Yeah.
Hi, this is Mario Marazzi. Thank you so much, Dale. I really appreciate your presentation. It dovetails and complements well the presentation we got yesterday on the integrated partnerships and communications operation. And I think what you're doing is immensely important. I myself have been on the other side of this as a partner that signs on when I worked in a local organization. And I really believe that all censuses are local. So what you are doing is really, really important. And it's something that from a Washington, D.C. perspective, we can sometimes forget. One of the things that is very different this time around, this decade, is that the way people get information has dramatically changed, intensified the fragmentation through which the different channels through which people get information. And we all know the social media revolution that I am referring to. Yesterday, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think I heard in the previous presentation that the Bureau is hiring one company that will be managing the social media for the 2020 census. And that sort of struck me as perhaps one good way of thinking about it at the beginning, but perhaps something that the Census Bureau should really think through a little bit more about. And I'm going to try to connect that precisely with the local partnership program that you are mentioning, right? So my concern is that by having one company and an army of local partnership specialists, what is the engagement between the local partnership specialists and the company that will be working with the social media? Because my concern is that this may be a missed opportunity to use the local knowledge of partnership specialists to be more effective with the messaging at a local level, right? If there is not a lot of interaction between the army of local partnership specialists and the social media strategy, then that may be a missed opportunity. But what's even more of a concern, right, and speaking to several committee members, I get the sense that several of them are also concerned, is that this may open up the 2020 census to the sort of local communication crises over social media for which the Bureau won't be able to respond quickly because it's not taking advantage of its army of local partnership specialists. So it all comes back to what is the relationship between the local partnership specialists and the social media strategy.
And as Maria has joined the table, thank you, Maria.
Good morning, Mario. For social media, well, we have a combination of efforts here. We have a social media staff at the Census Bureau headquarters that coordinates closely with all components and all program areas involved in the campaign, including field divisions. So that is a point over there. They are very well supported by our contractor, Team Y&R, and actually by the subcontractors or multicultural partners on their Team Y&R, because as you can imagine, with so many audiences that we are trying to reach here, definitely it cannot be only Y&R as a prime contractor trying to come with all these communications efforts, particular social media ones. We have them involved on this. The third aspect of this is the vendor that we have selected for social media monitoring and metrics and those type of things. So that's a complementary service that Y&R is using to support the social media efforts both at the headquarters and at the Y&R point of view. However, something that we are trying to be very, very careful this time around is individual social media accounts by regional offices, by local census offices, and by partnership specialists. Because last census, and that was almost 10 years ago when social media was kind of exploding, we have several social media accounts, particularly Facebook accounts, and it was ineffective. We have different messages, we have people following one and then following the other one, etc. So we are trying to have one voice this time. With the idea of using our multiple components, including the partnership specialist, to feed the main account and make use of that main account. For example, today with Facebook, what we can do, we can use the hashtags, we can use events, and not necessarily they need to have an individual account. They can just use the main account to support whatever effort they are doing locally, and we can target efforts, and that's definitely something that we can do. But our recommendation is not having these individual accounts or multiple efforts, because definitely it can get out of control. And at the end of the day, it's not effective. Like you end up having 3,000 accounts, 4,000 accounts between headquarters, the offices, partnership specialists, partners, and we lose that idea of the one voice, and we really need to keep that on one voice.
Thank you so much, Maria. I think that you clearly explained my question. I would just sort of suggest that you're absolutely right. It might get a little bit disorganized if every local partnership specialist on their own just starts posting using their own individual accounts. That would probably not be a wise thing to do.
And I totally understand that people sometimes, when they are doing their outreach efforts, they communicate with folks through their personal accounts, and I cannot prevent that.
Yeah.
I myself I try to redirect things to, for example, my Census Bureau address, but even myself, I have people contacting me on my personal accounts because they know who I am, they follow up with me after a conference. I try to redirect, but I understand that that's a natural communications effort, but from a messaging perspective, we're really trying to keep one voice through all Census Bureau media platforms.
It's unavoidable, and I understand from a management perspective that it's important to coordinate the message. But I also think that there's something else that, that I want to push back on. The concept of one voice. I mean, it's very luring. It makes things simple. But this census is a local operation as well, right? And so perhaps forcing one voice may not be as effective from a messaging point of view for you to think.
That's after that. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I think the idea of one voice is particularly important when it comes to making authoritative statements on facts about what is going on with the census, and something we started to discuss yesterday, and we'll discuss a lot more. I'm sorry, this is Ali Ahmed, Associate Director of Communications. Going into the census is how we're going to combat misinformation and disinformation and make sure people understand the basic facts of how to respond, what type of outreach they're going to be getting from the Census Bureau, and what would be not from the Census Bureau, what would be from a bad actor. So there's an aspect of this which is sort of foundational in our communication strategy when it comes to the number of official accounts, official voices. But, and I'd let Jamie or Dale come in on this too, but one of the most important things about how partnership specialists and partnership coordinators are recruited and brought in is that they're people with relations in communities. We expect a lot of tailored messaging to emerge from our partnership networks to small communities. Like Kathy was referencing some of those smaller communities earlier too. I fully expect that you'll see creative, different social campaigns and targeted messaging emerging from outside the Census Bureau as a part of the larger campaign that we're supporting through all our national partnership efforts and our local partnership efforts, and really our integrated partnership efforts too. So I think there's a middle ground between the point you're raising and the valid points Maria is raising, where I think kind of any national campaign has to live, and it is, everything is a national strategy implemented locally about this decennial census.
And just so, thank you so much, Ali. This is Mario Moranti again. But let me just make sure. So do local partnership specialists have a way, if they detect, if local partners or local partner specialists identify something emerging in the social media, will the Census Bureau provide a way for them to take that information up to national level quickly?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
This is Jamie Christie. I'll just add that we listed 1,501 partnership specialists, like that's just one big block of people all doing the same thing. Embedded in those numbers are people with certain focuses on media, for example. We've identified a team that will work as social media specialists out in the regions and in the markets across the country. So one of their tasks will be to be monitoring social media locally. I mean, we'll certainly be doing the surveillance nationally, but not just reacting to it, it's also being proactive on that. They communicate with the cells around them, the partnership team around them about events and activities that are going on. We also will have partnership specialists devoted to networking with the National Partnership Initiative. So if a major corporation wants to do something at a national level, we got to do that on the ground. So we'll have people deployed out in the regions to actually make that happen on the ground. So there is, I think, some synergy with the national messages. I think for those of us that have been working on this for a while, that local tailoring of the census message is what makes this so cool. I remember these giant T-shirts that came out in the 2010 census, Skid Row Counts in Los Angeles, and you saw them everywhere in LA. A local community group said, we got to do a good job of counting the homeless in Los Angeles, and they passed out these T-shirts, and it was like awesome to see that. That's something we never would have come up with, but they did, and it was just really cool, and that story is repeated dozens of times.
Jack.
Jack Levis. So this is partly to Dale, partly to Al, and I'm not sure if this really fits in this section, but I'm an operations person. So you're all professionals, obviously. You really know what you're doing. You've got lots of history. And so you have patterns of how the census will go, just like my business. We have patterns of how to execute. But there's changes this census, right? So you've got new technology with Mojo. You've got internet response. You know, we heard yesterday the CBAM stuff, which is somewhat sobering. And so the risk is if the pattern changes. Similar to my business, and that's why I'm reacting, e-commerce changed the pattern of delivery during Christmas. And when a pattern changes, detecting that change and reacting to it will become important to be successful. So is the plan, I mean, one, the questions are, one, what are you doing to detect the pattern changes? And I'm guessing the leading indicator is additional NRFU showing up that you didn't expect, right? I mean, I would assume that's one thing you would see first. And then how do you react to that? So the question is really, I'm thinking operational, Al, that you have to be looking for a pattern that's changed. Are you off guard? You'll likely see, I'm guessing, NRFU higher in areas than you expected. One, are you going to detect that? And two, do you then use these partners to help execute to, hopefully reduce that so we don't end up caught on our heels? Did that make sense at all?
Yes, it does, but let me answer it a different way. If we wait until we see higher NRFU, we've waited too long to detect the change. We start detecting the change if we see lower self-response, okay? And so we're monitoring self-response from the beginning. And as we look at the internet self-response in the early days, when we start inviting people in March, that first 2 weeks of what type of response rates we're getting start to give us some indications if we see a change in our timing. We're tightly synced with communications and their ability to use digital media today to move it and focus it where we see patterns of response that are too low as we're in the early stages of the operation. If we start to see that it's going to cause us to have a bigger cutover to non-response follow-up, then the regions are aware of that. It's a little too late to start doing hiring at that point in time, but they start to aware that they're going to get a bigger workload and they're able to prepare for it. But from a partnership and a comm standpoint, that's when we ramp up the messaging into those communities while we're still out with internet self-response. One of the reasons we're leaving the internet open all the way to the end of the operation is to give people a chance to continue to respond throughout the operation on the internet. And that we can do activities where we'll say a community organization goes in with iPads and rallies people around responding through the self-response tools. But yeah, we're monitoring that from day one.
Perfect answer. Just trust me, that change in pattern can get you on your heels, and perfect answer. Thank you.
Juan Pablo.
This is Juan Pablo Rocad. I just had a quick question as to whether there's any outreach to groups that are likely to be overcounted to prevent that from happening.
So, let's see, do we have a specific effort to address the overcount? So the closest thing I can think of is we do an outreach component with universities and I mean students that are going between to try to educate them on sort of how to be counted and where to be counted. Generally, so we do an early activity to make sure that we capture students before they leave for spring break. We have efforts to try to do that. But I don't know that we do anything like really focused on an overcount. I don't know if others know.
Tommy, right, we do measure it. But while it's happening, I think the messaging should be telling parents, don't put these people on your census form as you do each year on your tax form. So that's a big concern. And also the college students is a big problem. But Tommy Wright, the real answer is coming from Burton Rice.
I don't know if it's the real answer, but
okay.
We're certainly aware of the problem. And it's something I think that we've worked hard through the decade to address operationally. Through our residence criteria, we're doing some things in communications to get as clear as we can about our residence criteria. We also have probe questions on the questionnaire that get at, that help identify people who might be in two places or counted in two places. You know, this problem exists not just with college students, but with people who have vacation homes, two homes, right? So they're in the wintertime, you know, the form is going to go, or our mailing package is going to go to every household. But we do try to reach out to people to help them understand that if they're in transit from Vermont to Florida, you know, during the spring, they need to make sure they're not counted in both places. It's interesting to think about reaching out to organizations that could help us get that message across. I think that's an interesting idea that I don't think we've really thought of before from a partnership perspective, but it's certainly something we look at closely and with an increasing sophistication each decade from an operational perspective and from a questionnaire content perspective.
And I guess the one other thing, at the back end of the operation, if people submit 2 responses, there's deduplication operations to make sure that we don't duplicate the responses within the system. So there are some system things to prevent my responding and my wife both responding. I respond on paper, she responds on the internet from the same address. So, yeah, we have some deduplication processes within our system built in to measure that and try to reduce any overcount resulting from that.
And we're better at that than we've ever been before with our increased use and leverage of administrative records, for example. And also just the fact that we can do a lot more we have much stronger, ability to identify duplication. This is important with fraud as well, and our ability to identify where multiple responses are coming in. But it's a good question.
Ali, I'm an Associate Director of Communications. I also think that it's not called out in that exact way, but it was a very interesting look at the education component of our overall communications campaign, including even in paid media. Normally when we think about a complex household, we may tend to think about an undercounted population, but complex households and making sure people understand who is supposed to be counted where happen all the time. I like to bring up the example of when my wife was in law school in 2010. It was complex as to whether making sure she's counted in the basement apartment she was renting in a different city, or should she be counted where I live. That's something, before I worked for the Census Bureau, I didn't know. It's something I keep in mind when I think of how we're communicating to people now as part of this communications campaign too.
Kathy?
I think the partnership specialists probably know this on the ground, but I would caution against complete reliance on the ACS data, which is 5 years and lagged and has very wide margins of error. So I'm just, I assume that they are using their judgment, but I would encourage them also to look and reach out to look at local data from their chief data officers in the cities or from local data groups, or our Baltimore partner, for example, is mapping all the births for the last 5 years in Baltimore to see, they're mapping foster kids, where foster kids are. So I think I'm just knowing the, how squishy some of the ACS data is at the track level. I wouldn't want them to miss, or, you know, a new crop of, you know, people moving to some suburban jurisdiction because they're getting gentrified out of, you know, out of some place in LA or whatever. So just 2 cents.
No, thank you for that, and that's a very good point. And why, one of the reasons why our partners in these communities are so important, because they are dealing with the individuals and the movement of individuals. And so, thank you.
Anyone else? I have a quick question and then a comment. So you mentioned, I think you said there's a goal of having 300,000 partners by March 1st. And so how do you know you have a partner? How does that count?
Well, as I mentioned, we are capturing that information in our CRM, customer response management system. So when our specialists make those connections, they are entering that information, and that is certainly one way we keep a running list of partners who either say they're going to, or they commit or they pledge to help us with the census.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's great. And I wasn't sure if I was hearing on the ground that they have to commit to forming a complete count committee. Do they have to use that term?
No.
No, they don't. Okay,
they
good.
do not.
That's good, because it sounded kind of 1960s to me.
No,
Yeah.
no. It is. It could be any effort and what they
Okay,
call
good.
themselves.
I like it.
Okay.
Allison, can I make just a comment?
Yeah.
You know, a partner sometimes is someone simple as a hairdresser shop or a beauty shop that posts signs in there telling that census is hiring. Be aware of census, makes people aware that the census counts for them in their community.
Right.
Those activities at the local level, on the ground in the community, make a lot of difference. A church activity is a partner sometimes, and while the pastor is a trusted voice, or an imam or a rabbi is a trusted voice, they then can talk about the fact that this counts for us in our community, and be aware of it and be conscious of it. So you have a range of the ways partners participate and help us, not just complete count.
Okay, that's so good. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you. That makes me feel much better, because that's kind of what I was seeing as well. Okay, so in New Orleans, some folks have asked how they could, you know, if they decide to partner, how they wanted to know how they would measure their effectiveness. And so we were kind of pondering this, and you know, we know that you all will be compiling response rates by census tract and publishing them, which is great. And you know, I know different places are different, and in New Orleans, because now all of our schools are chartered, and we're just, everything is like diffused, right? And so a school doesn't serve a certain census tract, it serves a whole city, for example, and lots of people go all over the city to get anything done. So it's really hard for one organization to track their effectiveness by census tract. And we've all talked a little bit about the possibility of 2030 being a census of people instead of households, and the fact that even the definition of a household is getting more and more and more difficult. And I thought, wow, you know, in an ideal world, if right now we were doing a census of people, you know, then you all might be tracking response rates by people somehow, and then the organizations, you know, the barbershops and whatnot would be able to measure their effectiveness. Anyway, I just thought I'd mention that as food for future thought in terms of, because I think the question of how to measure the effectiveness of the partnership program is important. Of course, the census wants to measure its effectiveness in all ways, right? And there might be more possibilities perhaps in the future if response is not measured so tied to households in a geographic fashion. Yeah, Jeff.
Add just one thing. Based on the measuring, I just was curious, specialists are employees, right? So are they incentivized at all based on some sort of measure of effectiveness?
They are evaluated on their performance, but there's no direct incentive to do more or less, right? We actually have looked at doing some different kinds of incentives in the past. The challenge goes back to trying to find a consistent way to do incentives, like Al mentioned, putting a flyer up in a beauty shop might not seem like it's significant, but if you're really struggling for recruiting in that area and you're getting 9 recruits out of that shop, that's really good. So again, it goes back to sort of what are you asking them to do and are they actually doing it? So that's generally how we measure them, is how well are they doing what we ask them to do. And that's generally a judgment, just like most of us are evaluated in terms of our performance.
Is that it? Yeah. Thank you.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Dale, Jessica, and everyone. I think we're ready for the next session. Jonathan Rothbaum and Edward Burchick will present on the current population survey annual social and economic supplement. There is a discussant, Jeff Lauer.
So today we're going to talk about the current population survey's annual socioeconomic supplement, a redesign that we've been working on for the last few years. So just to give you a sense for what we're talking about, I just want to show from the income area, which is mine. Edward will talk about health insurance. In 2014, we redesigned the questionnaire for the CPS-ASEC. So this is income year 2013, and you can see, for example, in our historical series, there's a break-in series where we have 2 estimates for that year, where we were using the new questions and the old, what we call the old processing system. Now, in the interim, we've been working on updating the processing system to get sort of full value out of the data that we've been collecting. And from 2018 forward, income year 2018 forward, that's going to be our official estimates for things like, it goes into our estimates for income, poverty, and health insurance. And then we've reprocessed 2 years now going back. So we've got one where we've released a public use file for income in 2016 and health insurance in 2016. And in the next few weeks, we're going to put out a file for income and health insurance in 2017, where we've got this sort of overlap. Although you can't really see it on the figure because in income it perfectly covers basically the official estimates that we put out. But that's sort of what we're talking about here. And so now I'll go through a little bit more background of that and talk about the survey changes themselves. On the income side, Edward will do health insurance, and also then the processing changes that we're making. So just again, a background on CPS-ASEC. It's the longest running survey conducted by the Census Bureau. It's very widely used. It's the source of our official national poverty statistics, and very frequently used estimates on median household income and on the uninsured rate. There's been growing evidence over the years about misclassification under reporting of income and concerns about overestimates of the uninsured rate, and those were the primary reasons why this redesign was implemented in the first place. So again, this is sort of the timeline. Again, there was research prior to the implementation. We did in 2014 this split panel test for income, where there were 2 sets of respondents who were randomly selected to be given the new or old questionnaire. For health insurance, all respondents got the new questions to form a strong baseline for health insurance going forward. We've been processing then, that was put into full production in 2015. And we've been processing that data with the legacy processing system while we've been catching up with the edits, and now from 2019 forward, we're going to be using this updated processing system that we've been working on, which we're going to talk about. Why did we do the redesign? Improving the data quality. A big focus for income was the changing nature of retirement. So the world's been changing over the last 40, 50 years from defined benefit pensions towards defined contribution pension plans like 401ks. Now that's sort of being reflected more and more in the income of retirees, and so we needed a redesign to better capture that income, and also improve reporting of asset income and reflect the changing nature of the changing landscape for health insurance. What did we do? One of the things we're also targeting is non-responses going up. So if someone is unable or unwilling to give us a response of this is exactly how many dollars I have in earnings, we ask them follow-ups. Is it within 0 to 15,000, 15 to 30, et cetera? So we have some information about their income. We changed a lot. We had a lot more detail to our retirement interest questions, and then some other changes, like changes to how people report disability income to eliminate some program confusion we were seeing, and then various other smaller changes. When we analyzed the data that was collected at the same time in 2014 for income in 2013, we saw about 3.2% higher median household income. So this is just a difference between the two questionnaires over the same period. We saw a difference, but not statistically significant, in poverty when we took the old questions processed with the old system and the new questions processed with the old system. And you see by income type, you see about 4% more income overall. You do see more income in some of these categories we were targeting, and we see a lot more income in the categories we were specifically targeting with these retirement and interest income changes. So this is, again, just two sets of respondents asked different questions over the same period. And what we've been doing since then is trying to make full use of all the additional data we've been collecting with income processing changes. So some of the big ones are we're using now these ranges in our imputation so that if you said you were in $0 to $15,000, we now, in earnings, we now will impute a value within that range. We overhauled how we impute other income and how we report that data to respondents, or to data users rather. And then we have various other, as we're doing these processing changes, we made various other small fixes, which I'd be happy to talk about. The most important of which you'll see later, the top codes for a lot of incomes were fixed in nominal terms, so they're sort of declining in real terms, so we increased them in the data, and we changed our system for how we look at them so that we'll be revisiting them more frequently, so there won't be this sort of decline in the top code in real terms over time. So to give you a sense for ranges, so about 20% of respondents are item non-respondents to earnings. So when you get to how much did you earn, they will say I don't know, or I'm unwilling to respond. But 75% of those people gave us a range for us to use. So a lot of people are willing to report their income in ranges. This is a big data improvement. If you look over all income items that are not responded to individually, about half of the items have a range attached to them, so that this is giving us a lot more information with which we can do our imputations to get better estimates for income. For allocation flags for data users, this is something that I've seen anecdotally a lot when I've gone and talked to people who use the CPSA sec. There were two flags data users had to check to know if an item was imputed. One was the imputation flag for the item. The other one was this sort of cryptically named FL665 variable, which is they didn't respond to enough of the income portion of the supplement for any of the data to be used, and so it's like a whole item, it's a whole supplement impute, so all of the income items are imputed. We've changed the code so that it's more transparent to data users whether your earnings were imputed, so that there's one code you have to check, and that information of how it was imputed is there. The imputation codes also include information about the quality of the match and whether a range was used in that allocation, so that you again have you have more information about how much should I trust this particular allocation. That's just, again, we don't have a lot of time to go through all of the changes, but that's sort of a quick look at them. But what I want to show you now is the results now comparing the more recent years with the new questions processed the two different ways. So overall, we see slightly more income. This is the person level, but for total income, we see about 1.4% more dollars of income, but it does vary by type. So you see For some programs, you do see less income at the bottom of the distribution and potentially more overall. And again, the big changes for those are how we do allocations and whether we're and using the ranges that respondents reported, non-respondents reported. So those are the reasons that you'd see changes there. For interest in dividends, a big change in the total is actually the top code increase, but they also have the same range and allocation changes. In terms of household income, at the median, you actually don't see very many changes. So this is median household income overall and by subgroups. For most of the groups, these changes are not statistically significant or economically meaningful, even for the point estimates. But you do see a handful of groups with statistically significant differences at the 90% level, Hispanics and for 2 age groups. At the top of the distribution, you do see more income, and this is primarily about increasing these top codes. So you see sort of across the board increases in income at the 95th percentile. And I will hand this over to Edward to talk about health insurance.
So like Income Health Insurance debuted a redesigned questionnaire in 2014 to capture changes in health insurance starting in 2013. And you can see up there the changes tended to, we expanded the reference period, we gathered information about types of health insurance coverage that had not previously existed, and we did a hybrid of a person household design. And the reason these changes were implemented was, first of all, to reduce respondent burden and help them think through the types of coverage that they had. The second was to increase the overall rate of coverage, because a decade of research had shown that compared with other surveys, compared with administrative records, that the CPS ASEC tended to capture less coverage than these other sources. The uninsured rate tended to be higher. And then the third was to capture this new detail of these types that were entering the health insurance landscape. So the new questionnaire moved from these broad questions and asked more tailored specific questions. And so persons could report their coverage through 600 different paths. And so the old, to use the traditional processing system with these new data meant we could not always preserve the more detailed information that we captured. So the new updated processing system includes more detail on the new types of coverage, so marketplace coverage, whether that coverage was subsidized. We use sub-annual health insurance information, so at the monthly level, to improve edits. We also introduce a new imputation process that uses health insurance units, and I'll talk more about this in a couple of slides. And then the other thing that this questionnaire changed and we were able to implement with the updated processing system is separate TRICARE from other types of military coverage. So TRICARE is a type of coverage for active duty military, whereas other types of military coverage are types of public coverage. And before we had them all together, but now that we can separate them, we can put TRICARE into the category of private, which means that our definitions of public and private coverage have changed with the updated processing system. So just to go over some results, and I just want to say that we're going to compare the results from the research file, which uses the updated processing system, with the production file, which uses the traditional processing system, and we urge caution in making this comparison, but we're just doing this to illustrate the changes as a result of this processing system. So you can see with the new processing system, the updated one on the green line, that the overall coverage rate is about 0.9 of a percentage point higher than in the production file. And recall that the over a decade of research showed that the CPS ASEC tended to capture less coverage. So mechanically, the uninsured rate is also lower with the updated processing system. So what can account for this change? We have a working paper on the Census Bureau website that goes through a lot of the different reasons why this change occurred. But two that I want to highlight today are, first is we updated the imputation procedure, particularly for households in which no household member reports coverage. With the traditional processing system, we imputed this at the person level without fully taking into account the other types of coverage that that person had imputed or the coverage status of other people in the household. So now we start at something called a health insurance unit, which is a concept from the University of Minnesota SHADAC that looks at people within a household who are eligible to share coverage. And we do imputation based on that construct. And we'll have a working paper specifically on that coming out in the next few weeks. We also refined how we construct estimates of annual coverage. We build up from the subannual level to the annual level because like income, our main coverage estimate is for the previous calendar year. And again, I want to emphasize that with this updated processing system, the definitions of public and private have changed. So if you look on the slide, you can see that what it falls into each bucket. And the main change is TRICARE is moving from that public line up to that private line. So you can see with the updated processing system, private coverage is significantly higher and public coverage is significantly lower. And then if you look at specific coverage types, we see significant changes between the research file and the production file, between the updated and traditional processing systems for all types of coverage except for Medicare. And one of the aims was to capture a changing health insurance landscape. So we looked at what groups had the largest changes. And consistent with this, we found the largest changes for adults aged 19 to 64 and for persons with income to poverty ratios below 400%, which is consistent with changes that others have identified in the health policy literature. And you can see that here. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through all the estimates. So with the updated processing system, we also have new health insurance measures. So the first is marketplace coverage, so whether or not direct purchase coverage was purchased through a health insurance marketplace, so healthcare.gov, and if so, whether or not that person received a subsidy to pay part or all of the health insurance premium. We also have measures of subannual coverage, so whether a person had insurance coverage for none of the year, part of the year, or all of the year. We have refined the way we have military coverage, so TRICARE is separated from CHAMP VA and VA. And we also have more detail about the type of coverage at the interview. So previously we only had whether or not a person was covered during February, March, or April when the interview occurs. Now we have information about the type of coverage that they held at the time of interview. So now I'm going to pivot sort of and talk more generally what we at Seaside are doing in terms of outreach. So we have a list of working papers that you can see up there. Some of them are currently available. Some of them will be available in the coming weeks and months. We have released the research file in January, which utilizes the updated processing system. In April, we'll release the bridge file, which will also utilize the updated processing system. And accompanying them is user documentation, user notes, technical documentation, and the like. We're also doing outreach at professional organizations, academic organizations. So you can see a list of conferences up there at which we present it in the fall or have papers accepted to in the coming months. For example, SGE is next week, PAA is the week afterwards. We'll be holding a expert meeting in this room on May 13th to reach out to stakeholders both within the government and outside the government. In terms of implementation, John mentioned this in the beginning of his presentation. We released the one file, and we'll release the second file in April 2019, and then we'll use that in the release for the reports this year. And starting in September going forward, we'll switch to the updated processing system. We won't process using the traditional processing system going forward. So this is the last slide, and here are our questions for you. Do you have any additional suggestions for outreach? Do you have an idea of groups that we should be reaching out to discuss these changes? And when we do so, how should we convey this change? How should we talk about the split off of TRICARE from other types of military coverage for health insurance? And for income and poverty, should we consider these changes to be a break in this series? So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you, Jonathan and Edward. My comments will be pretty short. I only have 2 slides, so I don't know where the clicker is, but we could go to the first slide. Oh, you got it? So the first slide, I just essentially restated your questions. So again, thank you. And the reason I put this up here is so we could go back to this slide to get the committee input. And I really did want to leave a lot of time for the committee input. In terms of outreach, I mean, I'm not a statistician. It's not really my area of expertise, so I'm looking for the committee to really provide some good input on that. The question I would have related to outreach is that you listed all your peer papers and those types of things, which I read, which were good. didn't understand some of them, but you also listed some conferences that you're outreach and going to attend. And my question related to that is, are the users of both the income and health data represented at those conferences? Or, I mean, is that the end point of the outreach, or do you have to go one level deeper than that to get to the users of the data? The question I was really most intrigued about was your question about whether or not the changes and the improvements in the process for both income and health represent a time series break. So in my opinion, I mean, it sounds like, and this is something else you could state too, but it sounds like from both of your perspectives that you're considering it a time series break, at least in terms of, you know, moving forward with the new process. I do think it depends on the use of the data or the user of the data and whether or not, you know, they understand those changes. So it goes back to your, which you put exactly in your question, how do you convey those changes? How do you communicate those changes to the end users of the data so they understand the constraints of looking at legacy data versus, you know, data moving forward? I think the message for the communication has to be 100% positive. I mean, everything you're doing is great. I mean, you're improving the data, you're improving the process, you're making it more accurate. So as an end user of the data, I don't see how anybody could be offended by the fact that the whole process has improved. So I think that's your tagline or your message moving forward, is that, you know, hey, we have this great data now, and, you know, we're going to do everything we can to make it usable for you, you know, even if you have to, you know, compare it to legacy data. So my question for the statisticians in the room is there a way to normalize, or first off, how far back can you go? Is it just to the point where the questions changed, which would be, I guess, 2015? Or could you implement some of those new processes even on legacy data where the questions had not changed? And then, you know, with that, can you implement or, you know, show some sort of accuracy, you know, error budget or confidence interval for even the legacy data? You know, based on what our discussion yesterday with disclosure avoidance, I mean, maybe too much information is not a good thing there, but those are the questions I have. So I believe we have Krishna on the line, and I believe he has some input, and as well as the rest of the committee. So I'll just go back to the slide that shows the questions that you posed and just open it up for committee discussion.
Unless you all wanted to answer some of what Jeff just asked first.
So we do have some experience with the time series break because of the original redesign itself has affected the income estimates. And there we can use the sort of the gap between the two estimates and the uncertainty around them to work backwards, to sort of adjust the pre-redesign estimates to match the current ones, although the further away you get from the redesign, the stronger the assumptions that you're making about what the redesign would have done to the data. Because in income, you can go back. This is a very long-running survey, so you can go back into the 60s and look at very long-term changes in income. And this isn't the first redesign. In the past, if there's been changes in the survey that haven't had statistically significant impacts on the estimates, I think the way we've done it is, so for example, we thought of median household income in the new edits is to treat it as not a break-in series, but that's not always true for any statistic of interest for income. So it can be a challenge if particular subgroups were affected by the redesign more than sort of the average in the overall population.
And with health insurance data, the questionnaire, it captures such different content, goes about capturing content that we can't go back.
And I don't know if Krishna called in, Tara, do you know?
I don't have him being on the line right now, Allison.
Okay, yeah, it's very early on the West Coast, yeah.
Ken Simonson. I'm interested in whether the measurement of income, particularly at the high end, has changed in a way that you can capture. It's concerned me that you get top coding where anybody over, say, 200,000 is in that range, but many more of those people would actually be over $1 million now than 10 years ago. And so we may be underestimating both the skewness of the distribution or the degree of income inequality, but also sources of income. And also, do you have a plan for further updates as more and more people move into higher income brackets, or some other characteristic changes that you're asking about?
So that's a valid concern. What happens is if the income distribution itself becomes more skewed. I think sort of two tracks that we've been looking at. One is looking at administrative records and what they might tell us about, especially at the very high end, which can be difficult either for top coding or other reasons to capture in a survey. But yeah, I mean, I think the concern, I think, is a valid one. It's the challenge with how we do top coding is how to, if the further you get into the tail, the higher probability for any respondent that there's a chance that it's a misreporting, or, you know, there may be an extra zero hit, or, you know, and that presents a challenge for how we should think about top coding. But it's something we're thinking about. I think we've thought of as administrative records as a way to try to get at what might we be missing up in the far right tail of the distribution.
Kathy?
No, I'm fascinated by sort of how to educate users on all of this, and the who can come to conferences or who reads possibly obscure peer-reviewed journals feels inadequate. But I'm trying to think of other mass ways, like whether it's a newsletter of the American Statistical Association, or, I mean, or a blog, like a plain language, regular people blog in one of the census blogs about how the census, how income is, I mean, people will, what you've said, it will make sense to regular people, right? Like that retirement income is changing, that it's hard to understand all these different health insurance things. So I'm just trying to think of more like diffuse mechanisms to get this out. And the other group I thought of was graduate students, people that might be, so I don't know how to get to those graduate programs or student associations or professors or other people that would misuse the data, because this seems to me totally clearly a break-in series. So, and if people, it will at least make people, if people decide to use it continuously for whatever purposes they have, they'll at least make that really deliberately, knowing the issue. So I was thinking about who are the misusers of the data that may not be getting your message about the pieces. And then I was also wondering if you were working on, we went through some of this with the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act discontinuity around labeling. Like, is it the same variable name when you label it on the tables, or is it income, revised REV method, or at least, I don't know, for at least to signal as people look to historic. Because some people are not going to be also going into these files, right? They're just looking at like the reports, let's say, that have, or a brief that has the same pieces on it. So, or standard notes that you encourage new researchers to use. I don't know. I'm trying to think about all the communication ways, because these are such critical numbers that everyone knows and uses and are reported on the media and everyday life. So, so the work, I agree, it's amazing that we're getting it right. But I think there's a lot more work to do than just the people who are crunching the numbers getting this communicated out. So I'm excited to see how it rolls out. And I'm also will offer up to, I'm happy to go back to my colleagues at the Urban Institute too to get other ideas from them, who are, I know, avid users of this data and probably have a lot of opinions too.
So thank you for those comments, and we're inviting people from Urban to the May 13th. So I think you had some great ideas in there, especially with the America Counts, that more pedestrian way of expressing what we're doing without getting into the weeds of, oh, we changed the hot deck imputation. So I think, exactly, yeah, so I think that's a great way. In terms of graduate students, I mentioned in 2 weeks we'll go to PAA, the Population Association of America, and we sort of have a two-pronged approach there. We'll have papers in the session that actually talk about using our data and ask a substantive question using our data, but prior to the conference, the day before, they have these pre-conference workshops. So we have a half-day session. I don't know what the last number of enrollees is, but 100 and something people, mainly graduate students, are going to come and find out more about using the data. And then I think your last point about labeling is incredibly important. And I know it's something we've thought a lot of, especially on the health insurance side, which I'm more familiar with. And that's one of the reasons we changed almost all of our variable names. So you can't just rerun the same code using the file. You're going to just get a bunch of error messages, and that was by design. So it's a different concept. So think carefully before just using your old code. And even in reports, I mentioned the categories of public and private have changed. So in our reports, we historically used government and private. We're now using public and private to sort of signal that this is not what the same categories that you've seen in our previous tables and previous reports, to emphasize that there is a difference in what those categories contain. So, thank you.
I think Jay had some, yeah.
Jay Bright, CSAC. So first I had a question about, sorry, you just changed the slide. Can you,
No.
I guess I have it here. Should the income and poverty estimates using the new processing system be considered a break in series? And certainly just in lay terms, that's a break in the series, but does that have a formal meaning for census? If something is designated a break in series, does a series of processes then jump up, or does that just mean there's a break in the series?
I actually don't know if there's like a official census definition for a break-in series. I know for us, when we've done across the 2013 income break, when we sort of have two comparisons that we'll put together going back. One is sort of the naive comparison, and the other one is correcting for the difference in that we see in the break and the uncertainty of that difference.
Okay.
When we're trying to make comparisons, because people are very interested, for example, in how is median household income or poverty compare over longer terms than the last handful of years.
And then the second sort of question or comment, so there's a break, there's a change in this methodology, and it's substantial and it's good, right? We all agree. But because of that discontinuity, people might want to be able, at least during some transition period, to be able to have a smoother transition where maybe they can go back and look at estimates in the old units. And it seems like with the new data and the old processing system, you have the ability to do that going forward. You can produce sort of the old estimates. You can top code in the old way. You can impute in the old way, and you could do that for some window of time over which people can adapt to the new methodology. Is that of any use, or do you allow people to do that? It sounds like you're doing some of that already.
Yeah, so to facilitate that, we have the last 2 years of data released. Well, one of them already out 2 years ago's data released both ways, and then the last year's data will be released in the next couple of weeks. But given the sort of resources that we have available, we're not planning on processing more data both ways. So.
And I guess it would, you have to stop sometime, and so and then going back in time, it sounds like you have built a sort of calibration so that you can get the old estimates in the new units sort of for a little ways back until definitions have changed so fundamentally that you can't do it any further. But that's sort of available going back a ways, or maybe I misunderstood that.
Yes, the furthest we could even theoretically go back is to the 2014 data when we have the new questions, but right now we have these 2 years of overlap that we're releasing or planning to release.
And then I think the last question, when you do go back to the change in questionnaire, was there also a change in frame at about the same time, or is that when you went over from in CPS that went to the MAF somewhere around there?
I'm not aware of a change in frame at that time.
It used to be maybe somebody else, so it's not that important. Final question. So you were talking about these health insurance units of people that could conceivably be sharing a plan or something like that. And there was some imputation rule when no one reported any coverage. What do you do then?
So we use these health insurance unit concepts when no one reports coverage in that household. So we're talking about, so that's the universe for which we even consider these health insurance units. And before, when we did our hot decks, it was a person-level hot deck, so like matched towards a person with those characteristics. So now we construct a health insurance unit based on, you know, you can share your plan with your parent if you're under 26, but not with your sibling if you're 40. And we match on the HIU characteristics. So instead of thinking about the person in the hot deck, think about the HIU in the hot deck.
Ken.
Ken Simonson, CSAC. I have a number of questions about lessons learned and how to impart lessons learned. Was there a process for looking at alternatives to the changes you made, and both in what was being asked and how it was processed, how it was presented? And then have you learned some things that would be useful to your counterparts in other parts of the Census Bureau, and how do you communicate what you learned about what went right, what you shouldn't be doing, or and then I guess third, were there some things that you considered that you dropped either because of time, difficulty, expense, et cetera, that you would still want to keep available for considering the next time you're going to do revisions in this?
So for lessons learned, I think the best means of communicating that is we put out both at the time of the initial redesign, and now we're putting out these papers about what we've done and why. In terms of things we've considered doing or would like to do, I think, you know, I mean, for any exercise like this, there's lots of potential avenues we could explore, but there's limited resources to explore them. So there are definitely things like a bigger overhaul of the imputation system, or, I mean, I can think of things off the top of my head that I think we would like to pursue going forward, and we're still doing active research about them to try to figure out. And so we have, you know, working papers that we put out that are sort of related to other ways we could improve the data that is always sort of ongoing work that we're doing.
And in terms of the first part of your question, before the questionnaire was changed, it was based on a decade of research. There was field testing, the cognitive testing, the usual set of, you know, rigorous decision making. And throughout the process, we've tried to engage stakeholders to get feedback, and we've also been doing evaluation. So I can speak to, you know, when thinking about the monthly level health insurance used to construct the calendar year estimates, I did an evaluation benchmarking against MEPS, which is a survey from based on the NHIS, which is run by HHS, Health and Human Services. So, you know, we've sort of been evaluating as we go, but we're planning to do additional evaluation of our procedures just to make sure we know, can both express what we've done in a way that's clear and benchmarked against others' work. So.
And in terms of sharing information, lessons learned with colleagues, a working paper is a fairly formal way of doing it. I hope you have informal discussions also, because historically I think Census has operated not entirely through silos, but there hasn't been as much cross-fertilization of ideas as I think many of you could benefit from. So I hope you're able to do that in formal ways.
No, and we've presented, I mean, I can't think of the name of the group off the top of my head, but there's a seminar group that I presented at from the earlier work. I mean, there have been other avenues where we've done sort of more informal brown baggy kind of presentations about the work that we're doing.
And even internally, we're in the Social, Economic, and Housing Statistics Division, which is, our branches are defined on subject matter, not based on survey. So it's not just CPS folks working on CPS health insurance. We work on SIP, ACS, CPS, island area, health insurance content. And so there's that internal cross-fertilization as well based on our content.
Great.
Tommy, right, just a question of information. This comes with a press release, right? Each year, don't we release these with press releases? This is a big deal. in those press releases indicate changes and try to describe some of this for reporters?
So I know when we released the research file in January, it was put on the PIO tip sheet, and there was an announcement that our division chief sent out, including to the media. So I think that has been part of the outreach, and as far as I know, there's no plan to change that.
And in the annual release of the income and poverty and health insurance reports, that information, so when the redesign initially was done, it was in the presentation to the press and in the press release, and we plan on having information in this year's release in September also. So that's another way that sort of more public communication of these changes than, say, PAA or JSM might be.
It strikes me based on the conversation that yesterday we were talking about the ACS user guides, which are fantastic, by the way, and previously we've talked about changes in how questions get asked to measure businesses' use of technology. So things are changing quickly in our country, and there may be more changes in the future that you'll need to make surveys to your surveys. So Census might want a definition for what a break-in series is, and also protocols for identifying users, identifying appropriate communications with those users, so that, because this might happen a lot in the future. Juan Pablo.
Okay. Juan Pablo Urcad. Just a quick suggestion would be to reach out to state and local public health officials on the health insurance question. They might be users, but they may not be necessarily going to academic conferences.
Mario, do you want to say something?
Hi, this is Mario Marazzi. I just had a couple thoughts for us to think about. But I'm going to start with Allison's point. I think I was thinking the same thing. This is not just something that might come along. This comes along all the time. And it's kind of hard to answer your question if I don't really know exactly what we're referring to in terms of like a break in the series. Do we mean that the Census Bureau will not put up any chart with a line chart connecting dots, when there was a change in the methodology? Is that a break in the series? Would there just be separate disconnected dots? Do we mean that we're going to provide user guidance describing the changes in methodology, and we're going to use the word "there's a break"? Because I don't think anyone here would disagree with putting out as much documentation on the changes you've made. And then, I love the question, but at the same time, I feel I don't have enough information to help you answer it. So, and I think you guys have said it, but I just wanted to hear it, if you could say it out loud. So how far back so first of all, I think it's pretty clear hearing you both that one size does not fit all. So perhaps you have a break in health insurance, but not a break in income. And I think that it's going to depend on the particular characteristics of the sorts of questions I'm going to ask now. What sort of changes did you do to the methodology? You've already been very good about answering that. Is one question that would be needed, to take into account. Second of all, how far back do you have consistent time series? And I think you've said some of this, but I haven't had very clear. The survey started in the 60s. I know that the income measures are very, very important. And I think they also have an implication for poverty rates, which are even more important. So, from a user perspective, breaks in the official poverty rate would be really, really, would be a concern. And so, to the extent that that can be minimized, the hoopla that we create by saying that things are different, that might be a good thing to do for the user perspective without limiting the documentation that we obviously have to provide. Something that the BLS does quite a bit, especially with the CPI, is to create these research series, right, where you use the new methodology and you try to impose it on the old data to try to create a comparable time series. How far back does that strategy work for you? And then finally, my favorite, let's publish two numbers for the same time period and let the user later sort of create this backward time series using first differences approach. right? Which is never perfect, but at least it gives the user a way out. I would need answers to those sorts of questions to be able to sort of really be able to answer your question about breaks.
So just to give you a couple, for example, for poverty, in neither the redesigned questionnaire or the new edits is there a statistically significant difference across the sort of two sets of groups. So that, I think in the past, because this isn't the first time this survey has been redesigned, let alone all the possible surveys that the census does, where we've in the past, I think, not treated it as a break-in series in that case. But that doesn't mean there are no subgroups for which there wasn't a statistically significant difference. We're testing at the 90% confidence level, so we may even get you're going to get some significant differences when there may not have been, where you're going to have some false positives, essentially. For income, we've done essentially both of the approaches that you're sort of outlining. We do put out both numbers. We have a time series with both numbers in 1 year, and we have what is effectively like a research series that we'll send to people, which is just doing an adjustment on the percent difference. Then, just like for CPI, I think you're saying the assumption that we made, we're making an assumption about the difference between the new and the old method in the years that we can analyze it, but that doesn't mean that would have been true in the past, and so it gets harder. The assumption gets stronger the further you get from the data that you have to evaluate. But they're all good ways and imperfect ways to try to sort of bridge these changes in surveys, and so we try to put out as much information as we can, and also let users know to be cautious about making these long-term comparisons. But in some sense, that's in part what this data is, what people come to us for this data to do.
And just to say, I think you do raise a good point. It does differ across subject matter. So for health insurance, there is a break-in series. I don't know if there's, it's clear based on the 0.9 percentage point change plus different changes in different groups. So we think for official publications, we're not going to compare back before the 2018 bridge file, so not before estimates before 2017 using the CPS.
Wonderful, Mario Marazzi. So I mean, Allison, as we hear this discussion, it becomes clear that if it would be useful to the Bureau, then maybe this would be a topic for CSAC to help the Bureau think through formal protocols for thinking about breaks. But it's a really big deal in the building, so I would get their input if this is something useful, because it's a huge undertaking, and I'm sure I'm not the first one to propose it. I want to make sure, though, did you guys say that there will be a statistically significant change in the official national poverty rate?
Across the two comparisons, so if you look at 2013 poverty with the two sets of questions, it's not statistically different. If you look at 2016 and 17 with the editing change, the difference is not statistically significant either.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Just wanted to make sure. And then a little some technical points on health insurance. There's a lot of seasonal patterns in health insurance coverage, and so I see that you mentioned that now you have sub-annual coverage measures. One question is, could you provide an example for what do you mean by a sub-annual coverage measure?
So we collect information in the questionnaire at the monthly level. So we ask you what type of coverage you had, and then you indicate it, then you say, we ask you what months did you have it, and you check all the months that apply. Right now, we're only releasing to the public a version that says some, or none, some, all, because we still need to evaluate the quality on, is there a meaningful difference of saying somebody's not covered in a given month, and perhaps more importantly, can we protect respondent confidentiality? Because there are a lot of patterns that, could start to get into some territory where we worry about the disclosure risk. So when I say subannual, I mean both we collect it at the monthly level and use these monthly estimates. But in terms of what we release, it's this recode to, so that's why I use that term to.
Gotcha. So you're not going to begin publishing monthly data, right?
Oh, no, we are
still
not.
the ASEC, the
we're
annual.
still the ASEC, and additionally, it's weighted to the population of March of the collection year. So, an estimate of January weighted to the following March would take some work to think about what that means.
Okay.
So.
All right. And all right. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Well, that was a great conversation. I think we finished 10 minutes early. That's so exciting.
Tommy Wright, yes, we did. Thank you very much, Jonathan and Edward and the discussant and everyone. Should we break now and come back at 10:30? By that clock, not that clock, but this clock.
So what if we came back at 10:40 and that would give?
10:40,
folks- yeah.
20-minute break?
Yeah, well, just, so if people could start writing up their recommendations
okay,
based on these two conversations?
Of course.
Would that work? They have a little time?
Good, yes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Allison, do you want to give people some style guidance on the recommendations about using CSAC or instead of you and that kind of stuff, so we can save that editing?
Yeah, sure. So, yes, so if you would, try to avoid saying "we recommend," say CSAC recommends, and then avoid saying "you." To the Bureau, say the Census Bureau or Census, capitalized. And I think that is enough. That's helpful. We can change the rest. That's great, thanks.
The committee is back in session at near 10:40. We will now have presentations from Lisa Donaldson and Shelley Carlson. The topic is Economic Census Internet Self-Response Experience. I can remind you that we will likely have to pause for the public comment during this session. I think Sheila's presenting. Well, Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for having us here today. My name is Shelley Carlson. My staff and I are responsible for collection activities in the Economic Directorate here at the Census Bureau. And today I plan to give you an overview of the data collection systems that we used for the recent 2017 economic census. The Econ Census is the biggest program in our Economic Directorate. It's an establishment-based survey that gathers data from approximately 4 million business locations. This is made up of about 2 million single-unit locations and 175,000 multi-location businesses. And when I say multi-location, I just mean that they have 2 or more locations. The Econ Census is the most comprehensive measurement of the U.S. economy, providing statistics at the national, state, and local levels, and it provides information on industry revenues and other measures of American business performance that are consistent, comparable, and comprehensive across industries and geographic areas. We conduct the census every 5 years, in years ending in 2 and 7, and our 2017 was the first all-electronic economic census. We did provide a paper option to our island areas. However, all the stateside locations were collected electronically. Okay, so the 4 systems that were used to support our electronic reporting for the Econ Census that I'm going to speak about were the Respondent Portal, the Customer Relationship Management, or CRM tool, the Content Metadata System Comet, and the Electronic Reporting System Centurion. So first I'll talk about the Respondent Portal. In early 2017, we introduced this as a central portal for respondents to manage all of their surveys in one place. We use one web address for all surveys, whereas in the past we had multiple different URLs for different survey instruments. The users register once for their own account and then can create their own password and add multiple surveys to this account. They can perform a number of self-service options and communicate easily with census staff through secure messaging. Again, in the past, we had multiple systems that were required to perform all this functionality. Users can also access Centurion through a single sign-on through the Respondent Portal without having to enter additional credentials. Right now, we have 12 econ surveys in addition to the Econ Census using this tool. Ideally, once we migrate all of our surveys, then it'll be a one-stop shop for all economic respondents. So how do we point folks to the portal? We mail them a letter with the portal web address, and we also provide what we call an authentication code, which is a unique 12-digit code that a respondent will get one for each survey that they're asked to participate in. So this is the Respondent Portal. Respondents have the option to either sign in or register for a new account if they don't have one yet. And in order to register, their email address serves as their username. We also ask for their first name, last name, and a telephone number. Respondents are also required to select and answer 5 security questions, which will be used if they forget their password. If they are unable to answer those security questions upon a password reset, we also provide an option where they can get an email link to reset that password. Passwords expire every 90 days, and once they complete the registration, they'll get a confirmation email sent to the email address they registered under to authenticate them. To date, we've had about 2.5 million accounts successfully created through this portal, and that includes all 12 surveys plus the Econ Census. I will note here that we are seeing some issues with the paradata coming out of the system, that respondents are struggling with some of the security requirements that we have here, particularly the complexity of the passwords, the fact that they expire every 90 days, and the whole process surrounding completing and using the security questions to reset their passwords. So once they sign in, this is what we call the My Surveys page. You'll see here each of these boxes are called survey cards. Survey cards will show up after every authentication code that gets entered. Over on the right there, you'll see they have the option to enter a new authentication code when they receive a new survey participation letter. In the case of, say, accountants that are answering for multiple businesses, they may have multiple survey cards for the same survey, just for different businesses. When the collection period closes, we do have a history tab up there. The survey card will move to that history tab. The respondent will be able to see that they were asked to provide information for a prior survey. However, the responses will not be saved in this system. They would have to request that separately through a secure message, also through the portal. So the survey card has the survey name and due date, the company name and ID. Again, this report now, which is the single sign-on access into the Centurion electronic reporting tool. Some of the self-service options that we offer, they can request a time extension if the survey allows for time extensions. They can share survey access with others. They can check their filing status, view survey FAQs, send a secure email for survey support. We also have the 800 number for the survey listed there if they feel they do need to call. And that I button there, that's just a link to the survey-specific website, which provides them more information about the survey they're being asked to complete. So I had mentioned the Report Now functionality, which is the single sign-on into Centurion. They won't have to enter any additional credentials at this point. This just shows the landing page that they will end up on in Centurion once they hit Report Now. So the Share Survey Access functionality, this allows users to share, to delegate to others within their company. This is the only way that users can share access, since the authentication code that we provide them is one-time use only. So after they enter the email address of the delegated person, they can also enter a note. For instance, please help me with items 1 through 10 on this survey. And then that delegated user will receive an email with those instructions, as well as instructions on how to create an account or log into their already existing account. This functionality is also really useful if someone's changing roles in the company. This just allows them to pass it off to the next person rather than having to create a new account for the company. One thing I did want to mention here, the delegates, they do have full access to the survey. They can also add additional delegates if they need to, so they have the same access as the person who delegated to them. Respondents can also now communicate securely with census representatives directly through this tool. From their survey card, they just select that they want to send a message. They can choose to add attachments here. We also ask them to select from some predefined topics. This allows us to properly route the message within the Census Bureau, but also gives us an opportunity to present them with an FAQ right on the spot here to hopefully answer their message before they have to send it. So now I'll transition into the internal application that supports the Respondent Portal, which is our customer relationship management tool. This tool was built with focus on customer service and data collection, whereas in the past, a lot of the tools used by our customer support areas were also shared with data analysis and processing. This tool was built specifically for the customer support areas. It's used by both interviewers at our phone centers as well as analysts at headquarters. And in addition to the Econ Census, we also have 12 other Econ surveys currently supported through this tool. Some of the highlights that I'll talk about, organizational search, which is a 360 view of the company, the secure messaging functionality that I just mentioned, inbound and outbound call support, and really one of the major benefits is the ability to have a single tool supporting all Econ programs. So once we migrate our other surveys in, it'll be one tool that shows all contacts and interactions in one location, as well as one tool for all of our clerks and analysts to use. This tool is also being used across the enterprise by others in the Communications Directorate in support of ask.census.gov and the 2020 Census Partnership Program, as you heard about this morning. Okay, so I mentioned the org search. Within the org search, we have a contacts tab. These contacts are from several different places, our survey databases, the respondent portal contact, which would be the person that actually burned the authentication code, other organizational contacts such as those that we got from conferences, company visits, as well as phone calls. A drop-down allows you to select contacts for other surveys as well, which is really useful if you're trying to find a new contact for your particular survey. We also have all the interactions stored in this tool, which an audit trail of all interactions, including inbound and outbound phone calls, remail requests, extension requests, and secure messages. So really, it's all interactions across surveys, all in one single tool, which is something that we did not have before. So now I'll transition to talking about the Comet and Centurion solution that we used. Comet is the internal metadata system that allows us to render instruments in Centurion. Some of the types of information that analysts enter into Comet are instructions, question content, response variables and attributes, validations, the actual layout of the questions based on predefined templates, and then also the actual pathing, including branching and skip patterns. Benefits of the Comet rendered Centurion solution. Centurion is currently widely used across the Census Bureau right now, but most of the instruments are hard-coded.
Excuse me, pardon. This is Tara Dunlop Jackson. Folks on the line, please mute your phones. We can hear ringing in the background. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Okay. This is not. Okay. So I was just saying that a lot of the Centurion applications at the Census Bureau right now are hard-coded, but this solution allows us to dynamically render the survey content, which is great for reusing content between paths. For the Econ Census, we had over 800 different industry-specific paths. Many had shared questions, so the analyst could enter it once and then share it between paths. It also allows for a response-driven instrument, which is something we didn't have in the past because we can put branching and skip patterns right in there. The changes are rendered nightly for specified paths, so an analyst can make a change, specify that they want it rendered for the next morning, and rather than waiting on a developer, their changes are there for them the next day. This solution also provided a fully online electronic instrument as opposed to the downloadable software that we used in past censuses. So this is a look at Centurion. After respondents are provided with a brief overview and reporting steps, they're taken to the reporting dashboard where they can view the surveys that they're asked to complete. This specific example is a multi-location company. You can see there's multiple forms there that we're asking them to complete. The navigation bar across the top shows the respondent where they are in the reporting process. And from this dashboard, they can also add missing or new locations. They can view a PDF of their survey. They can report via online a survey view option. The multi-location companies also have the option to download a spreadsheet to report that way. And at the top, we also have links to help and also various online tutorials that we've created to show different functionality in this system. So I mentioned the survey preview. In our all-electronic environment, this really serves as the replacement of paper. We know that respondents want to see what they're going to be asked to report before they start reporting, and we also know they like to print this out and use it as a worksheet. We do label it appropriately at the top. What we want to prevent is respondents actually printing this out, putting the data on it, and using it as a paper form to send back to us. So this is the survey view in Centurion. This is the actual response-driven instrument that takes a respondent through a particular location. We have the go-to functionality listed at the back there, which allows respondents to jump back and forth between questions they've answered. And all of the question content and layout here is rendered out of the comment system. So built into the survey view, we also have validations, such as errors and warnings. So in Comet, the analyst would select the condition for the edit, whether they wanted it to be an error or warning, and exactly what the text of that error or warning should be. The red text at the top shows an example of an error due to a failed edit. The yellow text at the bottom shows an example of a warning. The difference between these two is that ultimately at submission, the respondent will not be able to submit if they have errors, but they will be able to submit if they have warnings. It will allow them to continue through the form view, but you'll see in a moment the review screen where they would be held up due to errors. Okay, so I mentioned a spreadsheet reporting option. This is available for users with multiple locations. It allows them to report from multiple locations at one time. And also savvy users can import data from their database to our spreadsheets and then upload that to Centurion to save time when reporting. Some of our multi-location businesses are quite large and complex. We have some with over 15,000 locations. Obviously, they need a tool like this to report. Rather than it's just not feasible for them to go through the survey view form by form. So we do have some edits that run upon upload. The pop-up here will just notify the user if we had any values that we needed to change or any values that were not uploaded due to errors. So I mentioned before the review screen. Here respondents will be showed any outstanding errors or warnings that they have. The green fix button on the left there allows them to actually jump back to the screen where the error or warning is so that they can go ahead and fix that information prior to submission. This is the submission screen. The instrument pre-select surveys that the respondent can submit, which would include all surveys that have been completed with no errors. The respondent can complete surveys individually or all at once, and they can also come back and submit multiple times if changes are needed. Once submission is complete, the respondent will receive a report showing the number of cases successfully submitted, as well as how many still need to be submitted. The user can also bring up a PDF of their responses here. We also have a link to the survey website. It points them to the website with previously released statistics and also other information about Census Bureau statistics. We're actually closing out our econ census operations today, and we've had a little over 2.7 million responses received electronically through this tool for the 2017 econ census. I mentioned a response PDF that's available to the users after they finish reporting. This just shows their responses in a table. It allows them to print it or save it electronically for their records. And these are the questions that we have for the committee, which I think we're going to talk about in a moment. Thank you very much.
Great. Juan Pablo.
All right, so I know we're going to have to stop in a couple of minutes for the, well, okay. So first I wanted to thank Shelley and Lisa. This was a lot of material to cover in a short amount of time, and thank you for being concise and very informative. And let's see, now that I have the clicker. Oops. There we go. So first, to reiterate some of the context, which I think is really important, this is we're talking about a switch in the mode in which people respond. And whenever you have a change in the way people do things, whether it's technology or paper, there's always going to be resistance. And as a professor, I see it even in undergraduate students. Whenever Snapchat changed their user interface, they were up in arms. So it's going to happen, and time's going to make things better as people become used to the new medium. So that's something to keep in mind. It's just natural. It's always going to happen. I think we're going to get into the positives in a sec, but it's not just about the economic census. There's all these other surveys being delivered as well. So I think this is a very important move in terms of providing one location for everything. I'll talk about why that's a very strong positive. There's a letter received requesting participation in the survey. That can be very helpful in terms of security. And so I think that's another good feature of the design. And overall, it's a great opportunity for savings, greater speed, accuracy, and respondent satisfaction. So that's a little bit of the context.
Tommy, you're right. Please forgive me for interrupting. It is now time for public comment. We take public comments in writing, in person, and by phone. In-person comments are limited to 2 minutes. Anything over that may be submitted in writing for the record. If you are following virtually and would like to make a comment, please dial 1-800-369-3137. That's 1-800-369-3137, and the code or password is 5000524. The number 542.
It's 542.
542. Thank you. Let me repeat that. 500-542, followed by the number sign.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
My apologies, Tommy. It could be a typo.
Yes, it is.
It's
Okay.
5000542 for the passcode.
Thank you. 5000542, followed by the number sign. Thank you. I will request comments from the phone lines last to give you time to dial in. We have received 3 written public comments, which are now posted on the CSAC meeting site at census.gov. They are there. Written submissions were received from Andrew Rima, George Washington Institute of Public Policy, Steve Pearson, there's no affiliation listed here, Amanda Perez, the organization is 0 to 3. Now, do we have anyone who would like to make a comment in the room present? If so, please proceed to the tables. I think the table there, on the side of the room nearest the doors labeled public comment. I understand there is one person at least who's there and she's coming forward. Before making your comment, please state your name and affiliation clearly. Yes.
Hi, my name is Amanda Perez, and I'm here from 0 to 3, which is a national nonprofit whose mission is to ensure that all babies and toddlers get a strong start in life. We're also an active member of the Count All Kids Committee, the National Complete Count Committee for Young Children. The census is not only a crucial data source for our work, it defines the allocation and availability of essential resources for very young children and their families across the country. As you know, in 2010, the young children had a higher net undercount than any other major demographic group, with significant implications for infants and toddlers across the country. Even worse, because the children who were missed most often were children of color, children who were already disproportionately poor and under-resourced were likely to get less than their fair share of dollars and services. And the risk of a significant young child undercount in 2020 is even greater now that millions of immigrant families are likely to be afraid to respond to the census because it will include that citizenship question. Today's babies will be tomorrow's census takers, right? And CSAC members as well. So let's use the tools of today to give them their best beginning. We urge the CSAC to prioritize addressing the challenges of the historic undercount of young children, and we urge Census Bureau staff to work with CSAC members to meet those challenges, especially in 2 ways. First, in the 2010 census, the results of the Dual Systems Estimate Method, or the CCM, greatly underestimated the net undercount of young children. We hope to see this issue brought to the CSAC for advice, as we believe members of this committee bring key expertise to make sure it is addressed in 2020. Second, the Demographic Analysis Program for the 2020 census will produce subnational data on the net undercount of young children. We did not get that data until 2018 for the 2010 census. Having this data available in a more timely fashion would help advocates like me better understand and interpret the 2020 numbers. Again, the scientists on the CSAC we know can play an essential role. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and more importantly, for your recognition that America's babies are America's future, full of potential, more than just numbers in the data set.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Amanda. Are there other persons in the room desiring to give comment? Seeing none, thank you. Let's see. Now, are there any public commenters on the phone?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with Juan Pablo discussing the Economic Census Internet Self-Response Experience. Juan Pablo.
Okay, let's see if I can. All right, trying to pick up where we were. So we're getting to many of the positives with this new approach. Some of them are the same reason why we're doing internet self-response for the decennial census. There's a potential for greater accuracy in data, savings in not managing paper. It may be more convenient for many respondents, especially those who might have data electronically already. It's a lot easier to just copy it over, and having the features such as using spreadsheets might make things a lot simpler for many respondents. Having one place to manage all surveys, that is an excellent feature of this approach. So one way it's very helpful is that it's going to bring consistency to the respondent experience throughout all of the surveys. So they will know what to expect. They will know as they move from one survey to another exactly what to look for. They're going to be used to the user interface. It's also an improvement in security. You're making phishing a lot less likely. People know that they should always go to this one place to fill out surveys. So it's a double win there. Single customer relationship management tool, again, having consistency in how the Census Bureau communicates with respondents and with businesses is very important, so this should enable you to do that. And finally, the combination of Comet and Centurion should also help you make it easier to improve user experience over time and also reduce the time to produce new surveys or make changes. The advantages there are if you identify any challenges with a survey or with the way you're delivering surveys, you can just fix it in one place instead of having to fix it in 10 places. So it should make it less expensive to make those changes and more effective. All right, so now to get to try to answer your questions. So first questions were about security, and I'll give a little, I'm not a security researcher, but I guess I'm more aware of security issues than most other folks as a computer scientist. So security generally, the way I try to explain it to folks who don't do security or computer science is it's based on typically on something you know, something you have, or something you are. So something you know would be typically passwords or the answers to those security questions. Something you have might be your phone, or it could be actually the letter with the code that you get from the Census Bureau. Something you are is typically biometric. I don't think the Census Bureau is going to be doing any of that anytime soon. So we'll take that out. So that's what security is based on. Get into some of the implementation specifics. I think the email as a username is a good idea. You might want to suggest that people use their business email address. That kind of makes sense, but maybe if people are not told, they might not do that. Security questions are tricky. Just from personal experience and from what I hear from family and friends, it's hard to find good security questions. One possibility to consider might be to perhaps use some answers to previous surveys as part of the security questions, because they should know that, or they can look it up at least. So that could be a possibility. I would, and I know you didn't talk about it, so maybe it's there, but I wouldn't, if it's not implemented, I would encourage at least implementing some two-factor authentication in lieu of updating passwords periodically. And that's going to give you the advantage where if someone somehow obtains a password, they still won't be able to get in if you're supposed to get a text on your phone or something like that. So, so that's a recommendation. In terms of password expiration, I looked up the latest guidelines from NIST, and that's what they say. I just copied and pasted from their recommendations, and I'm providing a link there. It says verifiers should not require memorized secrets to be changed arbitrarily. However, verifiers shall enforce a change if there's evidence of compromise of the authenticator. Translated to plain language is doesn't necessarily give you more security to ask people to change their password every 90 days. But if there's any sign of compromise of the password, then they should be forced to change it immediately. So this could be some signs that, so one's you have to require strong passwords initially, passwords that are not used elsewhere. Something that some places are doing, and I don't know if it's within the budget of the Census Bureau or the ability to do it, is to do dark web searches for passwords associated with the email addresses that are in the accounts and see if any of those enable breaking into the system, and then you could make it so that account needs to be reset. I don't know if that's within the realm of possibilities, but I know that's some of what people are trying to do right now to increase password security. Again, if you have two-factor authentication, then that gives you an extra layer of security that passwords alone can't provide. And the one thing you do have that's great is the unique code in the letter, because that also tells you that they did receive this, and it makes it much more likely that you're interacting with the right person. One other thing that I did not mention in the slides, but I think as you send out the letters, it's a great opportunity to educate respondents on phishing risks. And it might be, I don't know if it's a little brochure or something in there that says, we will only ask you to enter survey responses at, I think it's portal.census.gov, and that way they know they go there, and if they get any other kind of request to provide information somewhere else, hopefully they'll be skeptical and not do it. All right, risk of declining response was another area. And so a few ideas here. So one would be to try to identify any profile of businesses that are having a more difficult time responding or where response rates are lower. And then there will be an opportunity to engage with those communities and better understand how you might need to perhaps redesign the process or do more outreach to those communities. I know you didn't have time to talk about this, but ensuring optimal user experience in mobile devices might help with some folks who may not have as many resources, computer resources in their businesses, or who may not be as computer literate. They're more likely to have mobile devices that they can use to fill things out. This is more of a maybe a little pie in the sky idea, but maybe consider providing some kind of immediate reward for people after filling out the survey. And I know now there's a link to the reports that the Bureau does, but maybe it might be possible to provide people, respondents, with reports that are tailored to their region or to their business sector, and just have it available in the same portal. Maybe it might provide some quick value or some immediate way of seeing how their data results in something that might be useful to them. There may be a number of strategies for addressing groups of businesses that may have a difficult time responding. And so you might consider, for example, video tutorials if we're talking about some low computer literacy populations, for example. Okay, actually, one more thing here, and I should have said this first. So I think the key aspect in getting responses and getting people to contribute is to emphasize user experience, usability. It's going to be crucial for the way they perceive the Census Bureau and for their likelihood to move on and provide information. I sometimes tell folks of a grad student I used to work with at the University of Iowa who founded a startup, still a successful company many years later. One thing he told me, he thanked me one time for one of the classes that I taught where we talked about efficiency and being able to use technology. And he told me that for his company, every additional web page that people had to go through before they purchased a service cost them more than a quarter of the people who would visit the website. That's why Amazon now has the Buy Now button. That not having to go to the shopping cart to make a decision to buy gives them a lot more buys. So every click that you save will get you a few more responses. Right. So that efficiency, effectiveness in using the user interface, learnability, that's where you can make a difference in the long term. The great thing now is because you have one platform, if you fix it in the platform, then you're going to improve things for all your surveys. So that's a big plus with this new approach. All right, so this is a little reiteration of some of the big aspects. I guess a key goal here and overall, I mean, you want everyone to respond, but we don't want any disparate impacts among different types of respondents due to the new mode. So I think that's one area to focus on. Aligning security requirements with NIST, I think that will be a good thing, just overall policy for the Bureau, not just for the economic census surveys. And think about ways of providing some immediate rewards to responding, especially for groups of, maybe for businesses that may not quite see the immediate reward or payoff in responding to the surveys. Okay, and I think I had some other questions, but I know you had a chance to see them before your presentation, so you answered them all. So we won't go into that slide. Okay, so I'll stop here and I'll open it up for any responses or discussion.
Juan, thank you very much for your feedback. We appreciate it. One of the things that we are really looking into is this immediate rewards, the motivation for response through actually using the data. And a lot of our outreach efforts have been focused at that. It becomes very powerful having the email addresses of survey respondents that we could immediately, as soon as they authenticate and we know what survey program they're in, send them a nugget, right? Send them that factoid or that data that would perhaps, be something that might motivate them to actually, get in and respond to the program. So it's definitely something that we're looking into and appreciate the reinforcement with that.
Okay, yeah. We're trying to figure out some technical difficulties. Let's see, Ken, go ahead.
Ken Simonson, CSAC. I may have, I missed yesterday morning's presentation, so perhaps this was covered. Did the federal government shutdown affect response or processing at all on this survey, the census?
So we actually were able to keep our tool, the Centurion tool, open during the shutdown. So I think we got about 2% maybe response in over that time. Obviously, we were not able to do any follow-up operations. The phone centers were not staffed. We have account managers that support our largest companies. They were not available to handle phone calls. We did end up pushing our closeout 5 weeks due to the 5-week shutdown. So we do, just because we weren't here to be able to interact with respondents, we do think it, obviously hurt us during that time period. But we've been able to, in the last 5 weeks, put extra efforts into those areas as well to try to get response in.
And this may be premature given that today is your closeout date, but how do the metrics look in terms of response to previous censuses, in terms of accuracy of response, processing time on your side, and so forth?
So for response, we finished with a check and write of 75%. Which was our goal. We were 9% down from our 2012 census, though. Now, I will say it's, we had the shutdown. We had due to budget, we mailed 6 months later than normal. We had to replan a lot of things due to cost cuts. So it's not really apples to apples to say, oh, well, we took away paper. It was all electronic. There were a lot of factors that, could have impacted that. In terms of data quality, we're still looking into that. Immediately there's the obvious things of collected electronically. Last time I think we got about 53% electronic response. So a lot of folks still used paper. Sometimes we would get blank forms or forms with some of those key variables missing. In the electronic instrument, we were able to build that in. You know, those errors I talked about, they're not allowed to submit if they don't give us their operational status and their receipts. The fact that we have auto sums and such built into the tool, and those validations also, you know, help us with the data quality there, because they're not allowed to put junk on paper and just send it to us. So, you know, we don't really have, I don't have numbers right now to tell you on how much it's helped, but we know collecting it electronically has helped with those things.
Tommy Wright, please forgive this interruption. We have discovered that there was at least one person on the line, and we're now going to give that person an opportunity to make a public comment. If you're on the line, please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you, Tommy. This is Andrew Reamer, research professor at George Washington Institute of Public Policy at George Washington University. Shall I go ahead and make my comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I did send a email yesterday, which perhaps you have the contents in front of you. And thank you, Tara, for posting that online. In summary, the Census Bureau submitted to the Office of Management and Budget an information collection request for the 2020 census, which is the norm. The OMB has to review and approve the census request so that the 2020 form can go in the field. And in the supporting statement for that information collection request is a paragraph justifying the inclusion of the citizenship question. And so in the paragraph that I hope, again, you have before you, there's a sentence that says, the Census Bureau has identified no credible quantitative evidence that the addition of a citizenship question would impact the net undercount of the 2020 census. This is a justification for inclusion of the question, that there's no evidence that's going to cause a problem. I noticed that that language is actually pretty similar to language that was in the Secretary's letter of a year ago, making the decision to include the citizenship question. And so that, both seeing that in the supporting statement and seeing the parallels in language with the Secretary's letter led me to a few conclusions. So I have a request for the committee. One is, would the committee provide an opinion to the Census Bureau regarding its sense, is that bolded question, that bolded statement consistent with scientific principles in general and with the Census Bureau's information statistical quality standards in particular? OMB guidelines allow or designate the Census Bureau's Chief Information Officer, who I believe is Kevin Smith, to address issues like this. And so I thought it might be useful if we can get if you could get a written statement from him regarding the consistency between the that statement in the Census Bureau's submission to OMB and the information quality guidelines that the Census Bureau uses. And then the other observation is that because, at least in my experience, that kind of statement from the Census Bureau to OMB justifying the design of a survey is not the norm. And I can't imagine which professional staff in Census actually wrote that. That it occurred to me that it's probably likely that someone on the political staff at the Commerce Department wrote that. So it would be a question for the committee to ask the Census Bureau to identify the author of that particular paragraph. It may be someone on the professional side of the Census Bureau. And again, it's a question, is that consistent with Census Bureau principles and practices? But if it is someone outside the Census Bureau, then it comes that I raised the last observation, which is, what is this committee's sense of the consistency or the adherence of the Census Bureau to principles and practices of federal statistical agencies regarding political independence, and the Census Bureau's statement, along with many other statistical agencies, regarding commitment to scientific integrity. So that is my statement to the committee, and if you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, but I can also stop here.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and I apologize for the mix-up earlier. Your full statement is on the Census Advisory Committee's website, and the committee will take note of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for the interruption, y'all. Ken?
I go back to what I asked the last session. What are the lessons learned and lessons shared or to be shared? Are there things that you feel should have been done differently, things that you didn't get to because of funding time or other reasons that you want to incorporate now? And are there things that you can share with your colleagues doing other surveys or other processing, other security measures?
So just to start, I think one of the things that we have as a lessons learned is looking at the paradata. So we are just getting into some of the details from the 2017 economic census, and we're seeing that respondents did have difficulties with some of the, password resets. We had an influx of calls into the call center, and many of them were not subject matter related. They were related to the technology and issues that people were actually having getting into the system. So I think we have some lessons learned there. That's why we were particularly interested in the committee's guidance on security or any recommendations you had there. We do work closely with our Office of Information Security, to implement and interpret the NIST guidelines as appropriate, but I think we definitely saw some obstacles and barriers with particularly around the logging in process, the reset of their password, the use of the security questions. Many respondents opted to go down the path where the email reset was sent to them directly, and they re-authenticated and reset their password through that manner, rather than using the security questions, because they're have to be more than 4 characters. There's capitals. I often myself don't remember. We use a similar technology here. It seems really straightforward until you go back a year later, right, and try to remember what your dog's name was or whatever. So, we're definitely, the paradata has been telling. We just shared some of that with our senior leadership in our directorate, and definitely we'll be using that, because I think the user experience is the direction we want to head. We know where it provides barriers, it does, hinder response, and we're really sensitive to that.
Oh, just your experience with the, I'm Kathy Pettit. Sorry, I'm having trouble with that this time. Your experience with the turnover issue, because we implemented Salesforce too, so keeping that up to date and having that contact email, and if that person's no longer there, how is that identified to be disabled? And when it gets bounce backs, how, I guess the CRM helps to identify other contacts in the city, but I mean, just your processing, your procedures and how this has affected those pieces as people turn over or leave companies, which I assume happens all the time.
So I'll start and maybe Shelley can fill in. But so the contact that, like we mentioned, the delegates, they're allowed to manage. So if you and I are both, if I delegate to you and then you leave, I'm able to disable accounts. So it's business sort of maintaining. They can see who still has, an active account, who hasn't, actually went in and validated their email and established themselves, so they can ping their colleagues. I think that's the main way.
Yeah, and if we do have situations where somebody leaves the company, they haven't delegated, or they're on some sort of extended leave or something, we do have ways to get somebody else within that company access to the tool. We can kind of delegate for them, delegate that survey, so it's not like they're kind of lost since that code is expired.
So do you encourage companies to have a delegate, like that you have 2 contacts for each company, just to?
We encourage them to use the delegation rather than like sharing accounts and things like that. I think one thing that we have learned, I think we probably need to do a better job of showing them that tool. Like in some of our debriefings and stuff, it was obvious that some companies didn't even know they had access to do that. So that's one thing that I think we want to implement in the future, because it is a really powerful thing that they can, share between others in their company, whereas before, they didn't have that option. So we definitely want to make folks aware that that's something that they should be using.
Jessica?
No, I just want to say that my company filled it out. We thought we had a great time doing that.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
That's excellent feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kunal.
Kunal Talwar, CSAC. Just a couple of quick questions. Of the 25% that didn't respond, do you have data on how many started on the process but then gave up at some point in between? And second, do you have data on were there any biases in what kind of businesses responded and not responded? Was it smaller businesses had a higher rate of non-response and things like that?
So your first question about folks that started and didn't, we did send emails throughout the process to folks who had burned that authentication code, meaning that they started the process but never completed it. I want to say the last email we sent, there were about 130,000 of them maybe out there that had gotten into the survey but never completed it. We do hope to use email even further in the future. Right now, we were kind of limited to only using it since this was the first time we did the census with this system. We only had email addresses for folks that had actually started it. So that's how we use the email, but in the future, we'd like to use it more widely. And then I'm sorry, what was your second question?
Were there any specific patterns
yeah.
in the data?
So we actually saw, and again, part of it could be the tool, part of it could be the timing of when we mailed. Our collection cycle was shorter than it was in 2012 because of our later mail out. But the large companies, the small companies, they're kind of down across the board. It wasn't all in the, even like our largest companies, I think are down about 10% and those are the ones that have the hand-holding account manager support. From analysts.
Anything else? No? Good.
Thank you very much, Shelley, Lisa, and Juan Pablo, and everyone. That concludes that session. We are right near 11:30, and committee members, I guess we're going to get lunches, as we did yesterday, and return here.
Yes. Yeah, so, yeah, we can go get lunch, and so I know Jessica's writing up recommendations for the first session on partnership. So if you have anything for her, please get it to her, and Jeff is writing up recommendations and observations for the session on the new income and health insurance measures. And then, let's see, Juan Pablo is no doubt writing up recommendations on the session we just heard. So get anything you have to him as we're eating lunch, and then as soon as you all can get those to me, then we'll compile it and discuss it.
Do you want to set a target time for coming back for discussion?
Yeah, yes, yeah. We should definitely start discussion by 1 o'clock, but why don't we aim for 12:30 if possible? Yeah, so we have enough time. Because we have to get out of here at 2. Does anybody have to leave early? No, you guys are the best. They're the best. It's a great committee. Okay, so yeah, let's aim for 12:30. Okay, thank you.
Allison, this is Krishna on the line. I'll just call back in around 12:30 for the discussion, if that works.
That sounds great. Thanks, Krishna. Peter on the phone, and Peter, you'll just have to just blurt in if you have something to say, and we'll pay attention.
Will do.
Okay, great, perfect. So how about the first section? It looks like Kathy's caught a couple typos, which is great.
I just wanted to say it was was the assessment and analysis recommended by CSAC, or the issues were raised by the?
Where are you?
Sorry, in the first sentence where I have it highlighted, I don't think the verb's quite right.
Really, the census is already thinking through.
Perfect.
Great.
So there is one thing that I noticed that, by the way, I think you did a great job of reorganizing the material that I sent you last night. There's one thing where I would like to suggest a change.
Yep.
And that has to do with, if you look at the third to last bullet on the under the possible addition of the citizenship question.
Yeah.
There's a last sentence there. CSAC would like a briefing on the protocol to be used. That's relating to the paragraph that starts with some discussion of the volatility of overall non-response. You can see this is again the third to last bullet under citizenship question.
Okay. What would you like to be changed?
So that bullet was mostly a comment in the original version that I sent to you. The referencing to the protocol really relates more to the last bullet, namely understanding exactly what the non-response follow-up protocol will do in the event of significantly higher non-response and the possibility that the census would then potentially change its protocol.
So I should, if I cut that last part and like that?
Yeah, so she cut it from the third bullet and added it to the fifth bullet?
To the last one?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see that because I'm 60 seconds behind. But
I said that we would like a briefing on the protocol to be used in the paragraph where it says with the addition of the citizenship question.
Right, and you've moved that down to the last bullet?
Got it.
That's what she did.
Right. Okay, very good.
Perfect. Other comments on this section?
So Tommy, right, a point of information. Can you scroll up to the bullet which says the Census Bureau expects to? Yes. I was curious about the source of that bullet. I don't think we have the authority to change the apportionment methodology, which has been established since 1941. So I was curious about that, to adapt its.
That came from Peter?
Yeah, so that's a question for Peter. Maybe you can say it right into the microphone.
Peter, I was questioning the source of the bullet which says the Bureau expects to gather data during the 2020 census that would be useful in determining how to adapt its reapportionment methodology. That's set. I'm not sure what that means.
So this relates to how the census is going to deal with issues related to potentially much higher non-response and the degree to which that non-responsiveness may reflect itself in a differential way across the different states. And I'm not aware of what the 1941 reapportionment methodology is and whether it reflects statistical adjustments, for example, to take into account non-responsiveness that's differentially manifested across the states.
My understanding is that the Bureau is going to come up with 50 numbers, the best that we can, and those numbers are going to go into a formula for determining apportionment, but we're not going to change the apportionment methodology. Maybe you're talking about the data that goes into the method, the editing and things that we do, but the reapportionment methodology itself is not going to change that I'm aware of, unless an act of Congress.
So it's referencing the 50 numbers that the census will provide?
Yes, a lot goes into that, editing and imputation and things like that, but
So that's the issue that is being referred to there, is the imputation, all the other things that get done.
But we
you
shouldn't-
might want to word it that way or something.
But are you recommending that they explore it's not the reapportionment methodology.
That's what I'm questioning.
It's
That's what I'm
the
questioning.
processing methodology, or the,
Methods for getting those 50 numbers.
Correct.
so adapt its processing protocols or something like that?
Well, maybe it's imputation methodology?
Yeah.
Tommy Wright, of course we do follow-up, we do editing and imputation, and there's some household imputation at the very end, which the Supreme Court said was okay for us to do 2 decades ago.
Excuse me, this is an Edith Santana. Just a reminder to please, before you talk, say your name for the transcript.
That was Tommy Wright.
I think, this is Allison. I think Tommy was the only one who said his name.
This is Kathy Pettit. Peter, if the sentence says, the Bureau expects to gather data during the 2020 census that would be useful in determining how to adapt its editing, imputation, and other protocols used post-processing to reflect the et cetera.
I think what's missing there is, it's not apportionment methodology, but it is all of those processes to go into apportionment. So we need to include across the different states to inform apportionment.
This is Peter, and that's exactly what I intended. It's not a congressionally mandated issue, it's what the census does to inform Congress on the reapportionment.
Reapportionment.
So Kathy, why don't you put it at the end of the sentence instead of in the middle there?
How to deal with the issue to produce, sorry, where do you want me to put it?
Different states to inform apportionment, or words like that.
Reapportionment?
Yeah.
Tommy Wright, I assume that's what you meant, Peter.
This is Peter, yes, that's exactly what I intended.
This is Allison. Thank you, guys. These are important clarifications so that our recommendations are understood. Do you have something?
Yes, just one small comment. Going back up to the first sentence in this section, it says the Supreme Court will decide the issue. That seems more certain than I imagine. Is expected to decide the issue.
There you go. And this is Allison on the third bullet, where we removed the request for the briefing. I just want to make sure there's an action item there.
This is Peter. I don't think there's any action item given that last sentence has been taken out. This is more in the domain of a comment or something along those lines, not really a request for additional briefing.
Yeah. This is Allison. Okay.
Peter, maybe it says the census needs to fully prepare to pivot. which I think is the intent.
This is Peter. That would be fine with me, that change.
How's this section looking to everybody?
Yeah, do you want me to go in order? Here, we didn't do this really in a very orderly way, so we went through this opening part. So this is the section that talks about the Harvard, this is Kathy Pettit, this Harvard study. There's some they can view it continuous. Will that be better? No, not better. Sorry. Back up. How do I get back to where I was? Does anybody know?
Save. First thing to do is save.
View. Escape? That's always a good one. Thank you. Escape. Says the tech guy in the room. That's good. There's a way to do it continuously anyway.
That's right. We have 3 computer scientists in the room.
So, sorry, these are the next 3 bullets. Starting with the Bureau expects to gather. Good? And the last one, just to wrap up this section. All right, that section's closed.
Is that good? Yep. Everybody nod your head. Yeah. Okay,
Moving
good.
to the end-to-end tests. I don't know if this is, we would like to hear more about, I think I had originally suggested a one-way briefing versus a meeting session, but does people have a feeling about whether this is worth meeting session time? Or?
Do you want to specify that all
Sorry.
3 of these be a one-way briefing, Kathy? Or?
Well, I just thought like the I was thinking that additional information regarding the end-to-end test would be a one-way briefing. It could be one or all, depending on what they find out.
Yeah. Yeah, so as a reminder to everyone, and this is helpful to keep in mind. In our recommendations, we have a number of things we've asked for in the fall agenda, and what I've noticed so far is if we've got too many requests, then it can't possibly happen, right? So, so it's good to be strategic about, as Kathy is, saying, oh, we could cover this in a one-way briefing, you know, where we can ask informed questions that are helpful. So, in addition, I'll remind you guys, remember, working groups. We haven't recommended any working groups, really. I guess maybe we allude to one, yeah. So, so if any of this you think is useful for a deeper dive, you want more engagement, that would be appropriate. But yeah, so Kathy, you think a one-way briefing?
Well, I just thought hear more seemed vague.
Yeah,
We either want written responses, or
Yeah.
we want a session, or we want.
I think that's good, yeah. Does that sound good, everybody? One-way briefing? Yep.
Yeah, this is Peter. I would agree with the one-way briefing.
Great.
Be specific on our asks.
Yes, if we're specific, it's very good. Tommy?
Tommy, right, I'm not supposed to actually enter into the discussions.
Clarification questions are welcome.
I know, clarification. On the citizenship question, the committee is aware that the Census Bureau is conducting this 480,000 addresses this summer on that. I just wanted to remind you of that. I wasn't sure I saw any of that in that section there. it seemed to be focused on gathering information during the 2020 census, so that, I just wanted to remind the committee of that.
Oh, should we scroll up and make
I
sure?
wasn't sure, I wasn't sure.
Peter,
per
to
se.
think about.
Is it there?
Maybe
So it would
one
be
more up?
before gathering the 2020
No,
census.
yeah, I think it's there.
Is it there?
Well, it doesn't
No,
specify it, so
it's
Tommy's
not.
right.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I don't think it's there.
So this,
And the information would,
Yep.
Tommy, right?
I was looking at this. Peter, would you, or a separate bullet, because it's a whole, this is all about the placement of the question. Oh, and the general impact. So, CSAC would like a report results of the test
or 2019 test?
2019 test on the impact of the citizenship question.
Yeah, maybe at our fall meeting, fall 2019. I know. But you guys might say something that's useful.
Testing.
I'm sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Vince, Peter, that change makes sense to me.
Great.
Thank you for modifying it in that way.
Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm going to go back to the end-to-end test.
This is Juan Pablo. I had a suggestion of something to add that occurred to me after the presentation, so we didn't discuss it yesterday. And it's a request to get information on the paths followed by users on the internet self-response and drop-off points. So, you know, how did people navigate the internet self-response and where did they drop off? So similar to Kunal's question earlier today. And also the percent of users who use mobile devices, and if we could get that breakdown by demographics too, that would be useful.
Learned
Yeah, that's
from
good.
the
Let's make sure she captured.
online, so
yeah,
back up, online responses, including, what's it called?
I guess
Paradata or?
paths followed by users, including drop-off points.
And you had something at the end.
And learn about the demographics and
And use of mobile.
of the use of mobile device users.
Yeah, by demographics, groups,
Yeah.
something. Did,
Sorry,
one,
it's not the
Pablo,
data.
did you want
Did I
it to
get that?
specify use of mobile device by demographic group? Or-
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you could say overall this percent used it, but this groups were much more likely to use
Yeah.
mobile. Because I think that's kind of information might help you better target some of the outreach later on too.
Is that right?
Okay. This is one Pablo, looks great.
This next paragraph, the in addition to, that this is my recommendation based on my interaction with community groups.
Yeah, on that paragraph about, this is Allison, on that paragraph about the 2020 census web interface, I was trying to capture, Kathy, what you and Jessica had said, so I want to make sure that's what you guys want.
Web and mobile interface? There's just two, right? Not other.
Yeah, the only, I think we had these asks like a year ago in the hopes of being able to provide any kind of feedback. I mean, at this point, it's just sort of that as a curiosity, I think, which I don't want to distract from true sort of requests
If
or
we
asks
can't,
that
if
we
it's
have.
not changeable at this point.
Yeah, so that's the only tension there for me.
No. Well, so then, what do you think, Kathy? Should that be on there?
I mean, I think it's probably less of a demonstration for us. I think my concern was, or the consideration of releasing the interface ahead of time, the pros and cons.
Yeah, well, your point from yesterday that if there are people who are going to help, potentially help facilitate people using it,
yep.
That them having a heads up on what it looks like so they can craft material for that, I think is a great point. If we would prefer to tailor it towards that point.
Did you want the demonstration, Allison, or
No.
were you trying to?
No, I was just trying to capture what you and Jessica were saying, which, yeah.
I'll just say, consider the benefits of publishing images of the interface ahead of time. Or before the census launches.
This is Juan Pablo. I would say publishing videos.
Okay.
Oh. Good.
Video demonstrations or tutorials.
This is Allison. So Kathy, that sentence just,
Does it make any sense anymore?
no, it's good. Just needs to include in the beginning, similarly, CSAC requests that the Census Bureau consider. You just add that, the Census Bureau, yeah.
And it's really not similarly. I mean, it's not connected to the, it's a little connected, but.
Good.
Okay, the last one was asking for discussion of the evaluations that are planned. And Allison and I tweaked this to specify coverage and quality because we thought that was, we would like to learn about all the evaluations and experiments, but given the limited amount of time, that would be the most important piece for the fall. Comments?
This is Jay
We're good?
Bright. A question about the CPEX program. Does that include evaluation of the communication strategy, or is that a separate effort?
This is, yeah.
Tommy, right. I actually sit on that committee, and I don't know exactly because I don't think things have been finalized who's doing what evaluation. But actually, the evaluation program, just a general statement, does include some experiments which is yet being finalized, some evaluations, and also lots of assessments. And I was trying to remember this morning whether included among that are the partnership specialists as well as some things. But there is an evaluation, but exactly who's doing it?
There's definitely an assessment of the communications and partnership program.
Yes.
Whether that's it's not necessarily an experiment. There are some smaller level experiments around a few aspects of the 2020 program, but as a communications partnership program. But as I said yesterday, it's difficult to do the kind of experiment that would really show you how, this came up with partnership today too. it's challenging because you can't really turn anything off in any municipality around the country. So, you know, we tried in 2010 to do a heavy up experiment, but by the time we're in the heat of the census, the airways are flooded and it gets diluted even that. So it's just challenging, but we are looking at ways, and I think that's also true that some of the experiments, as Tommy said, are still being refined and developed. So, I mean, it's ongoing work, but.
This is,
Burton, I don't know what's available on 2016, the Savannah.
Oh, there's an analysis of the communications work in 2016 that's on our website.
Yeah. That might be
helpful.
a good thing
Yeah,
to look at.
That's true.
this is Kathy. Guess I'm just concerned that we couldn't cover the, you know, the enumeration, demographic analysis and the communications in one session.
Jay, should we hold that recommendation for a future meeting? Is that all right, or do you want it for?
Sure,
fall?
I was just noting someone else's recommendation elsewhere about evaluating the effectiveness of the communication plan, wondering whether it would be combined.
Oh, do you think it should be?
I don't know. I hold, we'll come to it down the road, someone else.
I think that's for, yeah, Jessica, that would be when we get to your section.
Yeah.
But I don't think they should.
Yeah.
Kunal Talwar, the CPEX, what does P stand for? I guess that's missing, maybe.
Experiments.
No, the P.
Oh, you asked me, and why would I know the answer? But that's what I think. It's kind of, you know, like I used to see.
Tommy, do you know what CPEX?
Yeah, right?
Did I get that wrong?
I should know, but I don't.
It is.
Experiments and evaluations, but exactly if it's in the right order.
It's apparently the program for evaluations and experiments.
Oh.
Thank you. You answered your own question.
The census program for.
Oh, it was the P.
Tommy, right, but I'll repeat, there are actually three components: experiments, evaluations, and assessments. And maybe a listing of those might be in some form by the fall meeting. Just a list that could be shared.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
that'd be great.
That'd be great. And this is Allison. Kathy, you can delete after CPEX the word program. Are the CPEX components, of all the CPEX components? Yeah. Looks good to me. This is good. Shall we move along? Everybody good? Yeah? Good?
Anyone commenting on number 1? Whoops, there's number 2, sort of spans.
Does anybody have any comments for this section on CBAMs? It's very well written, very clear.
Whoops,
Everybody good with
sorry,
this?
it's going-
Any changes?
Going once?
Okay, move along.
Partnerships?
Integrated partnership and communication.
Integrated partnerships, yes.
So, and this is Allison, I did some editing just so that this was similar to the other sections. So please do look and make sure it is what you had in mind.
This is Mario, and I appreciate the edits.
I think I added the, and this is Allison, I think I added the thing about the app. So if that's a dumb idea from people who know more than me, please delete it.
Which point are you referring to?
Oh, it's a little farther down.
Okay.
Maybe you can scroll down a bit, Kathy?
Kathy, this is Mario. Should it be ladder instead of late?
This is Kathy. Allison, you had a question
yeah.
mark here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. I wrote it yesterday based on waiting for today's presentation. And after today's presentation, I think we can take it out.
I don't know if an app is the right word, Allison.
Number 4 was somebody else's.
Can you deploy an app? Add-on? A feature.
This is Juan Pablo. So I think there's a couple of things that Facebook can do. One is changing your profile picture. That might be a harder sell. There's also on voting days, they have a button that shows up on the top that you can say, I voted, and it just shows it as part of your status on Facebook that you voted, and it might be, I think the original idea was to have a button that says, I completed the census or something along those lines. And then shows up in people's statuses.
Yeah?
So it's a button on the status. Is that right?
Jessica McKellar. So I think it depends on which social media app you're using. I think on Facebook, I would call this yeah, I would call it like a status update or a digital sticker.
Digital
And then,
sticker
I mean,
makes sense.
yeah, and it's sort of, yeah. And then for this app should be deployable through an easily accessible button. I don't know if, I'm not sure exactly what the intent behind that sentence is. To get the I voted thing on Facebook, some person or some set of people developed a relationship with Facebook where Facebook agreed to implement the feature in Facebook. It doesn't require the government to have produced any software to accomplish this. So I think maybe we need to change that sentence to reflect that it's really sort of an ask of the tech companies to integrate this into.
Completely agree with Jessica as author of the confusing sentence. I was trying to be sort of explicit to give us something concrete to think about. But I think what she's saying is absolutely right. Partner with technology partners or negotiate agreements with technology partners that can leverage social media platforms for census messaging in general in a way that is, that each one has their own methodology for how they could do this. And we don't necessarily want to get involved in the specifics, except maybe in the paragraph throw a for example sort of thing.
Love that reframing, and also thanks for giving me an opportunity to express my millennialism in front of this group. It seems to come up every time.
We appreciate the representation. Nico was to promote the census, sort of for example. Whoops. Sorry, unfamiliar keyboard. Negotiate to promote this, could be a Google Doodle. can I just delete this and say I need someone who knows Facebook to edit.
I think that's totally fine, and then I would just delete this app should be deployable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, this is Jeff Lauer. I think you can delete over the person's profile picture and just leave it at watermark, because it could be over some other part of the.
Sorry, it depends on how in the weeds. Sorry, Jessica McKellar. Depends on how much you want to get in the weeds on this. The traditional thing on Facebook is you do have an overlay on your profile picture. That is like the thing that people do. I would call it that, not a watermark. But I'm sure all things are possible if we. Yes.
Thank you, Kathy. And I would propose bringing up number 5 as another example of number 4, a different kind of technology partnership, if you will. Another example or might be, this was Mario.
Well, they could be partnering with Amazon. Like that. Good?
That's good.
Okay, let me 5, 6, 7, 8. I wasn't sure. We don't want an app to respond to the census. I don't know.
Why not?
We don't, because I don't think we should introduce new technology at this point, right? No good ideas. No good per Jack. Anyway.
This is Juan Pablo, so maybe I'll put out an idea, I'm not saying you write this, but say something along the lines of provide feedback immediately after completing the internet self-response with current response rates in their
Would this
location.
work? Would it explore ways to provide immediate feedback after self-response, such as? I feel like I have such power. Okay. Does that capture the intent?
This is Juan Pablo, yeah, and we can get rid of the immediately probably
Oh,
because
yeah,
we
there's
have immediate.
a lot of immediate.
Kunal Talwar, I guess if we are gamifying it, we could even not only provide current response in your location, but also in competing locations, or more globally.
Yeah, I think this came out last time. Sorry, I shouldn't get a sidetrack from this, but you could imagine sort of like there's sports competitions. It's like your local team versus others. Anyway, rival cities, exactly.
Yeah. This is Allison. I love that idea, right? And then you go around and get all your friends to fill it out.
Yeah, then the question that becomes where do those types of ideas sit? Like what organization, what part of the Bureau would have that conception in its head?
You could pick.
I don't want to get a sidetrack.
I mean,
Anything else on 6, 7, 8?
do we want to consider number 7 being a one-way briefing? Just throwing it out there for consideration.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And do you want that in the fall? Is that, I mean, was the fall the right timing in your mind?
Definitely, it would not be in the summer. So
Right.
as Media Plan 2.0 approaches something,
Oh, there we go. Yeah, when is that? Don't we have the time?
I think it's October.
Okay,
So
there we go. Yeah, yeah.
Mario, do you want to be able to make comments or if you want to make recommendations, then it needs to be at the meeting, right? Just as a.
Well, you can ask questions in a one-way briefing. Which do you prefer, Mario?
it's really not about me because, I mean, I think they mentioned that the NAC working group will be meeting again, which
Right.
Allison and I attended. So it's really whether the rest of the group wants to participate in providing recommendations.
Right. So, yeah, so I guess that's a good question for everybody. So is an update on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program a high priority for the fall meeting for CSAC? Yep. Yes, I see, yes. Anybody else?
More than leave it as.
There we go. Leave it as is. Good.
Anything else on this section? Whoops.
Okay. All right. Looks
Okay,
good.
moving on to the data products. We need some sort of
Yeah. Then hopefully y'all have read this. Yeah, so what, any
comments?
Any comments? This one and the next one kind of tie together a little bit. Hopefully they tie together okay right now, but do say if there needs to be a change.
Okay, I'm moving on to the next.
In that, sorry.
Yep.
This is Ken Simonson. In that paragraph that's in the center of the screen there, there's a sentence that didn't have a period then. Where did that go? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, at the end of, actually, there it
Yep,
is.
got it.
Accuracy,
Thank you.
period.
Okay, yeah. In the interest of accuracy.
Yes, thank you.
Is there another
Well,
paragraph?
good, scroll down. Scroll down some more. We good? Oh,
Whoops. Went away.
save.
I did save, yes, I saved. Juan Pablo, did we get this last paragraph right? Oh, you had the higher rank.
Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure that was.
How about I just say leading programs? Anything, are we done with that section?
Look good? Yeah? All right, I think we're good.
Privacy loss budget.
Shall we scroll down? Does that look good to everyone? I had a couple sentences there, Kunal. It's all right? Yeah? User guides. All good? All right.
Can we add a friendly CSEC thanks you for your presentation at the beginning of mine?
Ah,
'Cause I
beginning of
didn't-
yours, yeah, uh-huh. Ah.
And then I think, as Mario and I were talking, I think it'd be great to have updates on both the integrated partnerships and CPAP next time. And I think the reality is, sort of the name of the game from here on out is marketing, so
yeah,
if it's possible to add that recommendation.
Yeah.
I'm still Jessica.
Can we scroll down some more? I think this is well written.
And then I didn't know if, it was suggested to link back to the call-in question in this section, so I did. I don't know if it's too specific to call out the person, so what feedback welcome on that.
Tell me where you are.
When I reference, sorry, Amanda Perez, like, I don't know if it's traditional to get that specific with responding to public comment, so feel free to back that out if that's not what we usually do.
Maybe the representative of 0 to 3.
Sure.
As Jeff Loward, is it public comment on this session or just public comment because it was general public comment, right? Or was
During.
There you go.
During. Meeting. Because it wasn't during the session, right? Good. The last paragraph in this section.
I'm sorry, I'm going back.
Yep.
The last sentence of the previous paragraph, maybe it should be increasing non-response rather than undercounts. Because that's what CBAMS was looking at, was non-response. Yeah.
Maybe just increased. This next paragraph is mine.
Yeah, that's good. Is this section look okay to everybody? Moving along to current population survey. Maybe the first sentence, it just should be discussion of improvements. Should we scroll down?
Utilization of the data and understanding of they're not utilizing the process.
Yeah. So we scroll down? Yeah, good. Oh. Maybe scroll back up again. It's,
Did you want to see the first part of it?
where? Tell me further up or where? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Tommy, right, just a technical detail. it's the CSAC supplement, so you say the CPS, you say survey, maybe to be consistent with the title of the session, maybe you use the word supplement instead of survey. You see, it's on the first line.
I'm sorry.
Up.
Up. Oh.
The first line.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going down to the bullets.
This is Jay Bright. On the develop a protocol for outreach and communication related to such an occurrence, I was thinking it should be a bit broader beyond just outreach and communication. It's the processes that should be followed, including things like how long should the calibration window be, should you rename variables, something that captures the idea that, you know, this triggers a whole suite.
Such an occurrence here. I'm sorry, might say something else? You had the renaming variables, you had other things.
Yeah, like how long should a legacy series be carried forward? There's something about what are sort of best practices for the bridging across this discontinuity. And some of the little stuff is rename variables so people aren't confused. That's almost part of the outreach and dissemination. But other parts are sort of best practices for helping users through this transition. I'm not sure how to say it.
Renaming variables such as setting best practices for
Yeah, there's a
bridging
lot to it.
the transition
Yes, that's the idea, exactly. And
for users.
Yep, and for users, and then communicating these to, or whatever, yeah. So there's the sort of best statistical practices, followed by explaining that to users. But
Bridging the transition. See if that does it.
Kath, sorry, this is Allison. Before setting best practice,
Yep.
does it need to say such as? Such as? Does that work, Jay? Okay.
Okay, that bullet, I'm going to move down a little. I think we can, we don't need to name me by, I suggest just putting policy research groups. Not that Urban Institute doesn't appreciate being named by.
Capital letter policy?
I think if people, if we say for blogs, I would say including for lay audiences, I feel like that's missing.
Mm-hmm. for lay audiences.
Good on those bullets?
Ms. Juan Pablo, I think we need a question mark at the end of the last sentence.
Yeah. All right.
Excellent. Last section and 20 minutes to go. Whoops, sorry. Good with the lead-in? People good with this paragraph? Whoops. Okay. Employee turnover. I think several of us contributed to this comment on the public comment, which was initiated by Jack, which was great.
This is Jay. Can we say where the statement appears specifically? Justification for the statement, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Can somebody help me specifically? It was in the OMB.
Yeah, I'll find it.
OMB information or request for, it was the request to OMB.
Section 8 of support. Kunal Talwar, just reading from Andrew Reamer's public comment. Just it apparently appears in Section 8 of supporting statement, Part A of the 2020 Census ICR.
Sorry,
Too
can
fast,
you say that
right?
again? I lost you. A statement in section?
Section 8 of supporting statement, Part A. Of the 2020 Census ICR.
And then, let's make sure the sentence is right, thank you. No, I wanted to look it up. Thank you. Just in the quotes, add to the beginning, the Census Bureau has identified. And I'm just going to read it out loud, so we got it right. I think you've got it. No credible quantitative evidence that the addition of a citizenship question would impact the net undercount of the 2020 census. Let me read it again. That the addition of a citizenship question would impact the net undercount of the 2020 census. I'll go fix that. Yeah, and you've got addition twice, yeah. Shall I read it again, just to make sure? The Census Bureau has identified no credible quantitative evidence that the addition of a citizenship question would impact the net undercount of the 2020 census, right? Okay.
This is Juan Pablo. I think we need to fix a little bit the wording of the sentence, I guess earlier the sentence. We can make it mirror the language too. So Harvard study an estimated reduction, I would say estimated undercount of the Hispanic population.
This is Mario. Can we define ICR for the people that might not know? Information collection request.
Thank you. I was like, can we? How's it looking? Do we have it all correct?
Yeah.
Is it proper? Saved, good. Okay, so anybody want to review, even just reread a previous section? Or you feel like you remember it, you feel good about it? Did you guys have anything else you wanted to just ponder? Or? Oh.
Kunal Talwar, can we also add a thank you to John for in the privacy section for like in the other sections?
Oh, yes. And then add CSAC to the next sentence. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, this is Jeff Lauer. Hey, Catherine, can you go back to that very last bullet in public comments, just when you get a chance?
Is that good?
Yeah, just the second sentence where it says a critical issue and like a discussion of it, including the evaluation plan session recommended above. I think we should just, I mean, maybe be more specific about where it's recommended.
That's fine. Who can find it? It's a race. Better? Did you find it? Yeah?
Motion to save the document and vote on it.
Anyone, is everyone good with this? See nodding of heads? Yeah? Yeah. Good. All right. All good? Good. All right. I know Peter has already signed off, so we got done 12 minutes early. Thank you.
Tommy Wright, speaking for the Census Bureau, and other sincere thanks to everyone, especially to the members of the advisory committee. The next meeting is, according to my notes, September 12th and 13th, 2019. I'm looking at Tara. September 18th, September 12th and 13th, 20. We will check right now. We wish you a safe journey home.
Yeah, and
Oh.
what's that? No, everybody agreed. Yeah. Yeah, and this is Allison Plyer. Let me just add my thanks to the committee, of course, for being here and your really active and passionate and engaged participation, and also to the Census Bureau. We know this is a really intense time, and we throw all kinds of questions and ideas at you, and we appreciate your patience and your intelligence and your passion for the census, and thank you for all of your great responses. We appreciate it.
Tommy Wright, for the record, the meeting is adjourned.
Good deal.
Shuttle service.
Uh-huh. Well, I think
He's Ubering.
The CSAC will be September 12th and 13th. See you then. Yes, Friday the 13th.